Hello, hello, hello. Morning, evening, afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you're all doing well. Yeah, yeah, hopefully you're well this Thursday. It is Thursday, right? Yeah, it should be Thursday. Yeah. Okay, this one's I don't know. Fury Archer. Okay, this one I don't know where they're from. Well, regardless. Um, hello. Yeah. So today. Well, today we're going to see if we can get to 3.6 and 3.7. Oh, sorry, not 3.6, 3.7. 3.5 and 3.6. We'll see if we can get through those two. The hope is that we can. Um, long stream. I mean, it's just going to be slightly longer than, let's say, yesterday's stream, right? Since we are starting, give or take, like an hour earlier, right? So, yeah, something like that. Okay. And I don't think there's anything that I need to do for today. I think so. Well, I don't know right now. Yeah, no, I don't think so actually. Every game is better right now. Well, not for me right now because I need to do the Impact That event and story. I need to do the Genshin story and event. Wu is sleeping right now because okay. I'll be honest. I'm not sure how motivated I am to do freaking Chiyo. What's the game name? Is it Chiyo? I can't remember. The fucking new characters like his like short story. I don't know. I'm not motivated to do that to be honest, but yeah. And for ZZZ, I think it's the one we're chilling. Although technically we need to do the event, but it shouldn't be like that intensive or anything, right? Although hold up, ZZZ stream live stream is tomorrow, so that means we have 2 weeks for the patch left. Eesh. It's huge. What do you mean it's huge? It's literally a 1 hour long the war thing. I wouldn't really say that's huge. And I don't think it will, let's say, have like anything that's, let's say. I mean, don't worry, I will still do it. I'm just saying that out of everything else, that's probably the lower priority. Right? Yeah. I mean, we'll see, because if anything, I don't think 2.8 for Wuwa, so next patch, is probably gonna have too much, right? Either since I don't think it's really gonna have, let's say, like a main story or anything, right? It's probably just gonna be more or less like a character story for Chisa, right? Deadly ends today. Hmm. Sure, let's do Deadly. Hold up. We can do Deadly quickly because it's just 3 bosses, and I don't think I'm gonna try and, let's say, optimize it. What do you mean? It's a huge new city. What, 2.8 for war? Um, is it? I'll be very surprised if they add, let's say, like a new area for war and 2.8. Considering what's the point? Since 3.0 is immediately after that, right? So I don't really see the point of why they would do that. Every patch is a new area for what? Did we even get a new patch in 3.7? Best game. Uh-huh. I didn't even think we got a new area for 2.7, right? Oh, 9 hours. Okay, it even gives me like a timer. What is this, Abyss? Oh. Oh, this is... I see. Okay. This is just gonna be my Evelyn team. I know this. Uh, This is technically a Atari boss, right? Yeah. This is technically a Yishuan or anomaly or physical weakness. Okay, let me do this one first because I know this one's like the least issue. It's just this. Yeah. Triple new Ethermech. Wait, what do you mean by triple new Ethermech? Lost Yuki to Rin. Ooh, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Still no bunny tank. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, okay, what the fuck are you talking about by bunny tank? Or bear, whatever it is. Huh? I'm so confused. What the other are you talking about? What is this? One sec, let me check something. Okay, no, that's just that. Okay, sure. Oh, Gripe. Oh, okay, that's what you meant. Okay. I mean, Ren isn't bad. I don't think you have Veronica, do you? Hold on, let me put this one. Oh my god, okay. Okay, let me just restart. Let me just restart this. Okay. Game has too many DPSs. I mean, yeah, I mean that's usually the thing for any game, right? It's usually what 60% DPSs, 20% support, and 20% like tank or you know, like defensive units. That's usually the case for any game, right? Bruh. I meant to counter her. I think I might have to, huh? Okay, it's like this. God, she moans so much. Did you turn on your keys? Shut the fuck up. You need an element of DPS. It's probably going to be like that, right? Where you need a whatchamacallit, a team for each type, right? Because that's usually what turn-based games end up being, right? Where you need coverage for everything. Okay. Cool. Can't tell because no ZZ sound. Isn't there? I'm pretty sure ZZ should be on. I guess it's slow. Actually, no, there is no ZZ sound. Hold up. Why the hell is there no ZZ sounds? One sec. Why the hell is it? I was gonna have Hookie's heart on right now, and it's very exciting this out. Oh, that's why we can't. So opening button and open that right. Okay. I know why. My ears. It's audio. One sec. Oh, okay. That's okay. I should realize. Okay. 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 I see what the issue is. Because when I did what I just did, it just created a new audio source essentially, right? And ZZZ was at the highest. Okay, it should be fine now. Yeah, it should be fine now. Sorry for that. Sorry about that. Yeah, the ZZZ shouldn't like be bursting your ears now. Okay, that looked funny. What score did I even get, by the way? What score did I just get? Oh my god, what? I didn't even... 19k. We're gonna hit 20k here. Yeah, that wasn't really like a good one anyway. Okay. Okay. Super ZZN will make me buy BP. Oh, ZZN. I mean, I did see that was pretty good. The the BP partners. Oh, you're gonna buy? No, why did I out here? Oh, I'm so stupid. That's a waste. Oh, you're gonna buy it because materials. Because that's like, for ZZN, I feel like that's actually like, let's say, valid, right? Just to buy the BP for materials. Because holy shit, like, yeah, missing so many materials. Okay. Still don't know which shooting pieces you wanna play. I mean, I would say, I mean, for me, horror feels nice to play, right? Finding Boomer playlist. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. For some reason, I just wanted to hear Breaking the Habit. So I just went, fuck it. This is not a good score either. Okay. This is not another good score. Will you be a Haruyuki main? Once I can, let's say, build Haru, I mean Yuki, sure. Because I do not have the materials to build her right now. Or to build a second team in the first place. Okay, hold up. I am doing something stupidly wrong here. Hold up, let me check something. Because this is worse than the 19k from last time. Oh my god. Washed. No. It's just suddenly, I'm not, let's say, you want to use electrical physical in this team for this fucker, right? And I don't really have that. Let's see. Attack, attack. One stuck. Oh, because when an agent knocks down the file attacking in midair, those squad gains 4 stacks. Education can stack up to 6 times, last 30 seconds. For each stack, 8% crit damage. Ah, I see. Okay, so okay, that's my issue. I wasn't maintaining the stacks of the education because I was more dodge countering rather than actual just doing the regular counter. Yeah, okay. Why didn't you stop dodge countering her? Okay, that's not the best. CZN resets in 9 minutes. Yeah. If I already, let's say, did my CZN sub earlier, so I don't have to worry about it right now. Because I have my 6 of during the burst, which is very nice. Although maybe I should have. It would have been nice if I freaking Asher ulted there. Because then my Asher's not gonna hold up even more. Okay. 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 I'm on 2 stacks here, which is kinda not the best. Frames. Wait, what do you mean frames? If you're dropping frames, I don't think I am. Oh my god. Hold on, I can check my OBS in a sec. Let me finish this run first. Okay. Okay, I fucked it up. Okay, I mean, this is a better run. I mean, I hit the 20k even, I think. It's good now. Let's see. OBS. Am I dropping frames? View stats. No, I'm not dropping any frames. Yeah, if you look at here. This one? Yeah. Oh, wrong one. If you look here, right, I don't have like 0 frames dropped. So I don't think it was from, let's say, my end. I think. Odd though. I guess maybe it was just that maybe too much shit was on the screen, right? Because that is odd. Hmm. Okay, well, we're done there at least. I think in this I can just use Miyabi, right? Normally, yeah, I should be able to just run this with Miyabi because I want to basically keep this for the other boss, right? For the first site and use Yudhari there. Oh my god. Oh, what am I doing? Hold up. Well, I guess also let me check. Is something out of the ordinary here? Vertical thing, why are you enabled? Rendering, global shadow high dynamic. Should be fine actually. I don't know why vertical sync was enabled, but hmm. Okay. Ah, crap. Okay, messed up the transition. Although I am getting encoding overload. That might be it, because I think with ZZZ, so much shit happens on the screen that it can cause like a spike, if that makes sense. If let's say the same issue just happened now. What was this again? Oh, right, it was this. Hmm. Okay, give me a second. I'll Check it out. Come on, give me the freaking thing, stacks. Okay, sure. That's gonna give it to me. Hey, and then this side. There we go. Let's see, let's see. Let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see. This was a 20k, right? Okay, exactly 20k, yeah. Yep, not having the correct typing is kinda sometimes a pain in the arse. How about is it actually? Hold up. Oh, okay, yeah, it's because that's the shit ton of stuff happening, yeah. Okay. Okay. I see, okay. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to change encoding then. I may have to change some settings. Because was it also for that, like that for when I was playing with Evelyn? Because I'm pretty sure it's because there was just a shit ton of stuff happening, right? And I can't change encoding without uh starting stream, right? Yeah, no, I can't. Hold up. The whole fight was like this. One sec. Let me check something then. Uh, Hmm. That's a weird thing because I would understand, like, I would get it if, I had like job frames, right? But the thing is, I don't have any job frames, which is the annoying thing. Hmm. I guess let me see if this fixes it. Me, if I close this, hold up. Okay. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Can I change any of the settings? Okay, that's the annoying part right now. I can't change some of these settings since I'm still streaming. That's annoying. Hmm. I mean, I technically I should be able to fix it by, I guess, tomorrow. Well, I'll try to fix it by tomorrow. Let me see if doing this changes things. Hold up, because maybe if I lower the FPS of in-game FPS, that might help a bit. Let me just do this quickly. And technically, after doing most of today's stream is gonna, let's say, have high frame rates, since we are mainly gonna be speaking and going over the story. Okay, so let me see if capping the frame rate in game helps, because I'm pretty sure I'm currently in uncapped, right? Let me just try this. I don't really want to cap it to 60, but let's see if capping to wait. I guess let's see if capping to 60 helps. Let's see. How can you do the long spin attack? You hold the... One sec. It'll be this, right? Hold up. You hold the whatchamacallit. You know when you do the full charge, you just hold it, right? And you don't, press auto attack again and just let it go. Just let it basically carrying all out. I can show you after this fight. I get it. Do you get it? I don't think that was a good explanation, but if you get it, you get it. Is the fight still, I guess, lagging by any chance? Or is it fine now? It's fine now. Huh. Wait, hold on. I guess let me do the Miyabi fight again, because that's the one where more shit happens, right? Because this fight doesn't really, let's say, have so much shit on the screen. Okay, that's an okay, that's kind of like a goofy ending. Okay, okay, that's one is sure, whatever. I just wanted to get it over with. Okay, let's see. So the Miyabi fight definitely was like freezing up, and so was Evelyn fight, but I'm pretty sure the Miyabi fight should have been the worst. Okay, let's see. Let's see if actually capping the FPS was what the fix was, because it was an unlimited FPS before. Oh, that's a bounce. I am playing this like sounds like. Is it still fine or did it go to shit? It's fine. Huh. So maybe it was just since the FPS was uncapped. Because that's the only thing I changed, right? Since I couldn't really let it change any encoding things or anything. And I'm not getting like any alerts saying that encoding overload either on my OBS that I'm checking. So maybe it was just literally because it was uncapped FPS. Okay then. Okay then, I should just make sure to not uncap it. Or I actually have no idea what FPS I was at, considering it was uncapped. Okay, but I dodged that, you bitch. Oh my god. Uh-huh. Okay, that's what the fuck. Okay, you know what? It's fine, so it's fine. Okay, it's fine. Okay, I'm not gonna continue that one because Jesus Christ. Yep. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. It's okay. That's all that matters. Okay. This is annoying that I can't get a good score here. I guess it's because I don't have an electric or physical DPS. Which is annoying. I guess the same for this, right? Because you want a physical. I guess I could use Ether here. But the issue is that... yeah, you want Rapture here. And I know my Miyabi can like brute force this, even if it's not the best, right? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. Yeah, that's annoying parts. Okay. Okay, that's done at least. I'm not gonna be capped, am I? No, I don't think I am. Okay. Okay, I mean that's done at least, so I don't have to worry too much about it. And how are we for next patch for Dialin and Banyue? I don't think I don't think we're in a good position, right? For them. No, sorry. Why am I doing a 10 pool? What is wrong with me? I literally did that without noticing. Oh my god. I am ill. Just no. That was a standard 10 pool. That was a standard 10 pool that I just did without even noticing that I did it. Aha. I think I'm becoming ill, chats. I think I am becoming ill. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, yeah, yeah, that's fine. We will reload. Actually, no, there's two things I did there. I freaking turned off HSR and shit, I'm not sure if it's because I had HSR open in the background or if it's just because I turned down the FPS. Ah, that's annoying. I didn't check that actually. Not impact, sorry. Let me see, is it actually picking up as two different audios? Um, or is it just one? Hold up. I guess to check I need to turn on the audio here. Why is it frozen? Why is my he just wait, hold up. Sarah is not responding. Huh? Why the fuck is my what the why the hell am I having tech issues now? No, oh Jesus Christ. Oh my lord, why? Why? Okay. Hold up, let me freaking have this open to check just in case something is happening in the background. Okay. Okay. Uh huh. Okay. It's fine. Is it because of VSync? That doesn't make sense. Why the fuck would VSync fuck things up? I have no idea what's happening. Huh. Okay, this one I want to check. Okay, so it's not. Okay, interesting. Hmm? Why things glitching? Hold up. What? You can see it, right? Why the fuck is happening? Hmm. I'll deal with this later. Okay, so I know this is technically what has like a lot of physics. Okay, if Sorrow crashes here, okay, it didn't crash here. Huh. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god, is that because I freaking there's one thing I did today. I did update my Nvidia graphics. Is it because of that right now I'm like having these issues? Oh my god, okay. It might be because of that. I mean, I can freaking roll back the updates, which is good. Okay, yeah, okay. I think it might actually just be that, and I would just have to roll back the updates. Sure, sure. Because that's technically the only thing I've changed today in terms of, let's say, like anything. That's annoying. That is very annoying. But okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna, let's say, like I said, it's not like we're gonna be so active here. Okay. So this right, 3.5. Yeah, 3.5. Oh boy. 3. Okay. I did change to Sora, right? Yes, I did. Okay. I guess before we do this, was oh my god. Was there any? There wasn't any news, right? Or anything like that that was announced. I I don't think so. Anyway, hold up. Let me check. Uh, Petty Planet CBT review. Do I really want to? Do I really care what a Redditor thinks? Is Stella sort of okay? Why the fuck is there like reviews in? Am I interested about a Redditor's review? Hmm. I mean, I guess I can have a quick look at it, to be honest, because I haven't really seen, like, let's say, I mean, obviously when the CBT of Pezzy Planet came out, right, I saw some people play it, but I didn't see like anything else further than that, right? So I'm actually slightly curious. I'm slightly curious about this. After we see this and then we'll start it. Yeah, we'll see this and when we start. Wait, hold up. What? Oh. Okay, chat, no. I think I know why there was a freaking... Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I think I know why we were lagging, chats. Because apparently... There was like a freaking Windows... Well, not a Windows update. There was like a Windows update installing in the background. And now it wants me to restart. That might actually have been the cause. And I'm not fucking restarting right now. Hold up. Let me actually make sure I don't restart right now. Okay, yeah. Okay, just have to manually do it. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see what this Reddit says about Pezzy Planet. Because I'm kind of interested. Because annoyingly, we didn't get the freaking into the CBT, which says... Okay, I don't know what's with me and not being able to get it into CBTs as of late. It's annoying. Hopefully we get into the Enfield CBT. Hopefully. But I have a feeling that maybe we're not going to, because fuck me, why? That's why. Okay. Clueless. Okay, so let's see. Time for cozy gaming. Currently reached on what I seem to be the end of the beta. Content-wise, there doesn't seem to be anything else substantially locked anymore, which means I experienced the bulk of what the beta has to offer. Therefore, I feel like I've seen enough. Okay, sure. Would it be nice if, let's say, they had like, let's say, like screenshots? Okay, maybe they do. Oh wait, actually they do. Okay. Overall, pretty enjoyable experience, enough to keep my interest for full release. Really? Well, I did hear rumors that Pezzy Planet was like much further on development in comparison to, let's say, like Nexus Anima, right? So if that rumor was true, then I could see it. Background of the game, played a shit ton of Sims, mainly 2, 1, 4, Animal Crossing, GC and Newly, but also some offline in Pocket Champ and HHD. No idea what. I'm assuming this is just other Animal Crossing like variants, right? Rune Factory, yeah, I guess it counts. Infinity Nikki, Spyro, Kirby. Also a bit of Stardew Valley, Disney Dreamland Valley, My Sekai from Project Sekai, and so that, okay, it was cozy. They haven't played New Horizons yet, so okay, sure. So they haven't played the newest, well, quote unquote newest Animal Crossing, right? Because it is the latest version of Animal Crossing, but it also came out 3 years ago, I think, New Horizons. As I was However's try, Genshin is easy, okay, but jump them along. After trying them for various reasons, shockingly, the Hogan found most enjoyable was Impact Third. Yo, they are based specifically only for playing the story in spite of the age and wife focus due to the strength in this narrative, but the first story for a different time. Okay, I already like them. Okay, what I really appreciate about Pezzy Planet is that it's catering to an audience, a niche that doesn't get a lot of attention in the space, otherwise I select few, mainly Infinite Nika and Pocket Camp. Gacha games are overwhelmingly structured in choices to cater one demographic, so it's motivation to branch out. I mean, yeah, that's literally what Hoyo are doing, right? Because they're literally just branching out into nearly like a lot of different markets, right? Freaking HNA with for like stuff like TFT and the Pokemon collecting, ZZZ, Impactor, Genshin, already in that. Pezzy Planet is gonna go for like the cozy stuff. The supposedly the the UE5 game is gonna go for more for that. Let's say I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's gonna be like competitive, but maybe that slight, let's say MMO-ish vibe, right? I don't think it's an MMO, but yeah. A common comparison this game draws is from Animal Crossing, and yeah, they aren't really wrong. It's very similar to Animal Crossing at this point. I can't really argue with the others calling it an Animal Crossing clone. Even the game is self-aware. Is it? Oh. No! Oh my. Okay, no man, I can't see any of the freaking screenshots. At this time, since the game draws a lot of inspiration from AC, it's gonna list out a lot. Okay, oh my god. Why the God, I fucking hate the UK government sometimes. Well, a lot of times, but it's not even fucking Brexit. It's freaking the Child Safety Act from a few months ago. Ugh. The biggest of which is the neighbor system feels much more in-depth and interesting. Instead of only having a handful of personality types with two variants and hobbies, they feel more distinct to each other and come to their own in-depth backstories unique to them. Yay! I can't see it! Yay! Of course, there's only a small amount of villages available in the beta, and it's possible this could be BS, but each one has some pretty specific quirks that makes me think otherwise. Oh. Okay, so they're very unique NPCs then. Okay. Also, a multiple progression system attached. Perhaps not unexpected. For a gacha, you have bond levels. Yeah, I saw there's a bit from on stream right where you can interact with them to increase the bond level. Yeah. Let's invite them to planet, an achievement type system. Yeah. Leveling system. And leveling them using a currency you get from gathering. However, instead of stat increases or unlocking skills, this unlocks currency, emotes, goodies, flooring. Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? Because it's not like there's combat in Pezzy Planet, right? So to unlock currency, so you unlock like emotes and like, you know, like flooring or like, let's say, other visual things, right? Okay, sure. Even having the own notes tab for what you did with them. Kill me. Even the house has progression-like system where you go from building a generic house for them and crafting some furniture for them, building a unique house and ranging to your liking as long as it meets the specific requirements. Unlike Animal Crossing HHD, most they do give you a score for this. Okay, and they're just so cute. Hold on, let me. I'm assuming I have to use a freaking VPN to access it, right? But and then image UK. Bypass. Yeah, it's most likely gonna be VPN. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna have to see a freaking VPN that, you know, is only for like for let's say like a browser, not the whole thing. I may have to figure that out. Oh my god, because this is annoying. Because I'd love to see this. I'd love to see this. Whatever. Things also seem to run 24/7 on your planet, even past midnight or early in the morning. Stores remain open and villagers wandering around, which I frankly enjoy more. Because even though it breaks immersion a little, it's always felt very overly punishing if you're at night owl. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I can re-upload it for you. No, it's fine. It's fine. Because there's like a lot of things, right? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. There's also no storage limits in your inventory. It seems I have over 70 items directly accessible in my pockets. Terraforming, from what I can see, is much faster compared to New Horizons. It plays in versus YouTube videos. In general, the game seems to be adjusting and fixing a lot of stuff fans have been asking for in Animal Crossing, but Nintendo is too stubborn to implement. Alright, speaking of Nintendo, okay, I didn't freaking talk about it when, you know, it came out, but a few days ago, you know how, like, some months ago, there was, like, the Nintendo Pokemon versus Power World debacle, right? And, you know, Nintendo patented, you know, basically the mechanic of capturing, like, a monster with a spherical ball and, you know, the mounting something to fly. A few days ago, that pattern was challenged again, right? So they were looking at the patterns and were saying, yeah, this kind of seems way too vague, right? So it is very most like it seems like it's going to be likely that that pattern which Nintendo brought up is actually going to get rejected, and not a thing, which is good because fuck Nintendo for actually patenting that because it's so stupid. Okay, near the center of the town, you can also have a home base of sorts, which is sort of your SOL equivalent, Anton Nook, though he moves in his own store. Okay, along with a tree that you can pour water to in completing main story tasks. Tree levels up and you unlock features. Okay, at level 6, you get terraforming and meteor showers. Okay, terraforming. I get that. Meteor showers. Okay, an account level feature. Okay. There's still some stuff missing, like no seasons, though some villagers do know what season it is. I may just be a basic thing. No custom patterns, no swimming, diving. Though you can hunt for shellfish in shallow waters. Okay. There's a stamina system for resource collection that feels kind of pointless because it's easy to keep topped off with food. Oh, really? So you can literally bypass the stamina system. Huh. Interesting. There's a multiplayer plaza called Galactic Plaza and expeditions called Starsea Voyages. A stock market type thing that applies to all crops. Okay. Compared something to compare a pocket camp, it feels way closer to being like a traditional Animal Crossing. Starsea Voyages allow you to take 2 neighbors, then go on expeditions, kind of like a Mystery Islands in New Horizons. It takes place in a 3D explorable map where you look for islands to find. Oh, really? Okay. Huh. So you can do like a co-op thing. Okay. Find treasure, upgrade currency for your car, to help with exploring further, and occasionally new neighbors to meet. Your NPC helpers will help mine various resources as you explore the overworld. Your car drains on battery, and you can only gain additional battery charges by waiting IRL. Neighbor leveling rewards or buying them with the mods. Basically, the closest thing to traditional stamina systems. Okay. So there's kind of like 2 stamina systems in that sense, right? Stamina systems for like gathering, which you bypass by eating, and then I guess this for Starsea Voyage. Okay. Decorating feels nice and intuitive enough. Though it could be used a bit polished, it feels way better though than Infinity Nikki's mess of a housing decorating, and way less aggressively monetized. Okay. Just up is neat, although there's a lot of options. Not a lot of options, and obviously way less detailed than something like Infinity Nikki, but hardly any dress up game besides Live Makeover or maybe Shining Nikki comes close. I mean, that's fair, right? Considering Infinity Nikki is pretty much about the outfits, right, and customizing, right? So it's fair. That's like understandable that it's not anywhere close to it, right? Clothing is also not restricted to specific genders, and while also having some girly options like dresses and skirts. Okay, I mean, sure. The museum equivalent is really nice, so much that I recorded footage of touring the aquarium and insect exhibits. Moors is very cute. Other plans of people playing online, passing by yours, and the sky is a super cute way of handling passive multiplayer. Oh. Graphically, the game looks adorable from the get-go and looks pretty nice. Yeah, because the game looks pretty, I guess, really comfy, right? Which I guess was the point. It doesn't look bad. No gacha system currently in the game. Yeah, I mean, it's a beta, right? And I am wondering if they're actually gonna, let's say, do a gacha here, and if they do, what type of gacha would it be though? I suspect it'll be either neighbors due to how fleshed out they are and having progression system tied to them, or cosmetic ones. I feel like if it's cosmetics, it's not that bad. If it's neighbors, I don't know. Because your dailies and other achievements reward you currency that you can spend in the virtual mods that you can use to purchase clothing, hairstyles, cosmetics, and batteries for your car. There's also no awful RNG gear system. I mean, I'd be surprised if there was like a gear system in this game. And as you can, whatever shows up in the store that says as RNG gear. Okay. One thing I wonder about the base is if progression is pretty easy and fast. Reach the end most of it only after 5 days. Do you see it being beta? Okay. Now there's some I won't ding it for like a bunch of bugs and glitches I run into. I mean, it's a beta, right? No voice acting yet. or no controller support is half baked. Playing the mobile makes it really hot. It's a beta, so you just gotta deal with it. I mean, yeah, but there's some issues which could be fixed. Game also didn't run very well on my 2060 laptop in the outdoor space, but considering it's teetering on the edge of the recommended requirements, I'm hoping to upgrade it. Okay, sure. The game could be improved on. Multiplayer Plaza Galaxy is pretty meh. After like 10 minutes, you see all there is to do. Like 2 mini games, 200 errors, and that's okay. So okay, they need to expand on this because I feel like that. Let's say like the community esque and multiplayer vibe of it is what would be the driving force for this game, right? Since there's no like let's say combat or anything like that. I'm also not really into doing multiplayer shit with random people as well. Okay. Is why I don't like the Sea of Stars in Infinite Nikki, though at least in this game you can actually see what people look like. Wait, in Infinity Nikki you can't see what people look like when you do co-op? Huh. And yeah, there is AI. The in-game help has it, and the MC in the browser has it. Not really a fan of the latter, since people already started engineering it to say unhinged stuff. Um, isn't it literally just a chatbot though? The AI that's implemented in Nexus Anima, because I'm pretty sure it's just essentially just a chatbot, which I feel like it's kind of whatever, right? Especially considering they straight out say that it's essentially just a chatbot. So I don't know. I feel like it's fine. If it can somehow, let's say, uh, prevent it from going overboards. There's a meaty show event that has you set up a designated area, decorate it, and invite neighbors over to view it. But I decided to set up a spot in the highest elevation of the planet, but when I did the event, it was a completely different area. Couldn't even invite them over. Oh, okay. Yeah. The game uses a pogo stick to jump over or jump down from ledges, and I wish it was contextual action instead of needing to push a button. Feels like kind of worthless. Sucking. Okay, that is weird. I guess. Right, rather than just moving forward and it doing automatically. But okay. Can't preview a piece of clothing or hairstyle before you buy it off the model. You can in the glance upgraded store. Use the best inventory setting. One thing I would really like to see is that something like Disney Dreamlight Valley, where you could visually have time set 12 hours ahead behind where you are. So if you can only play at night mostly, you're not stuck at seeing night planet at night. Okay, so kind of like a time move. Okay. Overall, the game shows real promise. Not sure if I'll stick to it long term personally, but when it comes to AC, I tended to be the type to hyper focus for a month and then quitting. I'm pretty sure that's a lot of people with like Animal Crossing, right? You like play the game for like 1 or 2 months, like go hard, and then you just stop playing, right? Until you remember around like 1 or 2 years after, and then you get it like, oh, you haven't been here for 2 years. Message, right? I'm sure we'll have no problems with longevity as long as it's a Hoyo game. Would recommend the game if you enjoy Animal Crossing courtesy games. Sure, the potential AC figure. Okay, yeah, yeah. I feel like the one thing that could maybe fuck over this game is depends on let's say how Hoyo decides to let's say monetize this game, right? Because I feel like the monetization could just fuck the game up, right? Specifically for this game. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they do. We shall see. Okay, so where is. Let me think. Where the hell is 3.4? Sorry, 3.5. Oh, here it is. Fucking 7 hours long. I am. No, 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 no. Is there elements of launching in CZN? Yes. Yes, there's. I can't remember exactly the type, what the thing was. CZN type advantage. I'll type wheel. Okay, fucking. Is it this? Is it here? Uh, God, where is it? Yeah, like I guess it's not. I guess it's just that some enemies are, let's say, have a weakness. Just use the weakness against them, right? It's not like, let's say, a wheel, if that makes sense, or charts. It's just that, oh, this enemy this in this run will be weak to psionic, and then the next run is not, right? You can kind of tell when you start the run, right? Because it gives you like a recommended what you only want to use. Yeah. You just do more damage if you have the advantage attributes, which I guess is fine. Yeah. Okay. So, so 3.5. What on earth happens in 3.5? Nothing really happens in 3.5, right? No, actually, 3.5 is that chapter where I feel like, how did 3.4 end? 3.4 ended with us taking over the role as deliverer from Finan, Mem becoming Cyrene, um, what else happened in 3. At the end of 3.4? All right, Finan, attacked the nuke in the path of paths. Sorry, in the realm of paths, and kind of got killed and absorbed by the nuke. Sorry, not the nuke. Iron Tomb. And yeah, that's essentially what happened in 3.4, which is a fair amount of what happened there, right? And all right, and I guess we are going to start the last cycle, the 33,550,437th cycle, if I'm correct. So yeah, we're going to start the last cycle. And hopefully things go well this time, right? Hopefully we don't fuck it up. Because we don't have any other chances. Because this is the last chance. Okay. So, I guess it starts with. I guess this starts with. Why the hell is Scrollum here? Oh, okay, so that's a Tildia. I guess it starts off with us at Aedes Elysee talking with Cyrene, right? And I guess this Cyrene is essentially kind of like has Mem's memories and some of Cyrene's memories, right? Which is what Mem forgot, right? And essentially, what we're doing right now is preparing before we head off to the last, um, cycle, right? So we're in the preparation stage, right? So we're just essentially chilling with Cyrene, talking with Cyrene, right? And kind of like stating of what we need to do, right? Because we know now that we need to stop Iron Tomb, and the way we stop Iron Tomb is by changing how things progress, right? Because we know that if we complete the Era Nova, Iron Tomb will, come to be, right? That Iron Tomb will be, released, fully, developed and released, right? So, and one thing we've also learned here, and no, it's not here, but yeah. And I guess we also need to somehow, let's say, deal with Ligers, right? Because although it doesn't seem like Ligers can fully, let's say, interfere, Ligers does seem to, let's say, it's not good that I guess he's observing everything, right? Because you know it puts us at a disadvantage. So we also somehow need to deal with Ligus. So I guess before we move on, we should, let's say, we decide to make contact with Herta and Screwlum, right? To ensure them that we are still good, that we're not, that we didn't die, but also to try and, let's say, get some, let's say, cooperate with them, right? To see, you know, what we can do with them, right? What they can do to help us and what we can do to help them, right? So we use the chronocognitive anchor that we were given by Screwlum to, you know, make contact with them. Bloated Vention, piss off. Why the fuck did I say bloated Venti? Oh, I guess the okay. I'm not sure why this made me think of that, but um, I don't understand the inflation tag, chat. I don't get the inflation tag. Actually, no, there's two tags I don't get. I don't get the inflation tag, and I don't get the freaking skin suit tag. Every other tag, I can kind of get, right? Even though I don't really like NTR, I do understand why some people may like NTR, right? Because with NTR, you're meant to, like, say, put yourself in the viewpoint of the alpha, right? But the two tags I don't get are skin suit and inflation. Those I don't get, right? Specifically skin suits, since what is the allure in that? No idea what you're talking about. Hentai tags. Yeah, I don't know. Saying bloated, accidentally saying bloated venti, like, made me think of the inflation tag, and then it, you know, made me remember that I don't understand those two tags or the appeal of those two tags at all. I mean, I guess I can kind of, let's say, see the argument for inflation, but that's just then goes to like another tag, right? But skin suit's the one I don't understand, right? Because it's you wearing the skin of someone else, which is like, I don't know, I don't get it. Because technically, in that sense, wouldn't you just then like the possession tag instead? But then, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why am I talking about this? Um. Anyways, back to the story. Back to the story. Uh, no, it's just something that, like, I saw the other something that I saw while scrolling, and I was like thinking, huh, what about? Okay, it's my answer. So yeah, so we're essentially talking to Herta and Screwlim and scrolling hindsight. No, I was literally just scrolling. I was scrolling my Twitter, and then there was like a tag list, and I was like, I just like saw through the tag list, right, read through the tag list, and it's like so inflation and skin suits. I think it was like C for that person. I was like, huh? I don't get it. Okay. So yeah, I guess that's what basically tells us that, okay, things in Forest are, like, you know, building up, because it's not just more aliens are paying attention to Amphorias, because Nanook is now looking at Amphorias, right? Before it was just kind of like Fully and News, but now Nanook is looking at us. So it's like, yeah, we're like running out of time, right? So I guess we basically kind of like reiterated of what IN2 is and what, you know, um, yeah, what IN2 is, right? Because previously, like, the IPC already knew about Iron Tomb, right? Knew that Iron Tomb was a Ravager, a Lord Ravager of Nanook, right? And they had thought that, let's say, a virus that once destroyed some planets was Iron Tomb himself. But what the actual reality was that the pieces of virus that destroyed these a couple of planets were just um kind of like test data that Ligus let out to see the progress of Iron Tomb, thereby meaning that the small bits that destroyed like a few planets wasn't even the full power of Iron Tomb. So it's kind of like, we're basically kind of like power scaling Iron Tomb in a way, right? So yeah, it's a Oh, and I guess they also kind of like offhandedly mentioned Selenova and Zephyros, which I guess we should technically talk about them since around this time is when we got the thing, right? About the other Lord Ravagers. Hold up, let's see. HSR, okay. HSR Lord Ravagers. Where's the. Where. Is it this? God damn it. It'd be nice if I could find the post when they talked about all the Lord Ravagers. I guess this works, right? Do they have the source for it? By any chance? Hmm. Is it this? No, it's not this. It just shows that. Hold up. Oh, here it is. Surely there must be a link to it. I guess it's here, right? Okay, annoyingly, there's no like link to it, but it's essentially here, right? Where they, I think it was in June, right? Oh, okay, this was in 3.3, not 3.5. Okay, okay. Technically, should have talked about it earlier, but they kind of like further introduced who the rest of the Lord Ravagers were, right? For Nanook, which are basically the emanators for Nanook. So basically, think of them more or less equivalent to how Acheron is an emanator of Nihility, right? So they're very much serious business. And in terms of Lord Ravagers, we've already encountered one of them, right? In the Laofu, that being Fantilia. And the shit that Fantilia, managed to, even though the Fantilia that we fought in the Laofu wasn't even like the full force of Fantilia, right? It was only a small fragment of her. Who? You know the. Okay, okay, it'd be nice if. Right. Ha. She was the boss of the Laofu story, right? Yeah. She's a Lord Ravager. The Fantilia that we fought here is not even like the full Fantilia, right? It's just a small fragment of her, right? Here's where you actually see like his proper shot of her, right? Of how she actually looks like. Very similar to this, right? But in here she's kind of like fused with the abundance. Here's like how she actually looks like, right? And in the article, they basically showed the rest of the Lord Ravagers, right? And in the final cinema animated shorts, you saw what's meant to be the strongest, the Lord Ravager who's meant to be like the most feared one, right? You saw, Finan get his ass whooped by Zephyros. right? Who is meant to be like the strongest Lord Ravager, right? The one that's closest to Nanook. And yeah, so essentially, like you see, like all of the different Ravagers, right? Like Asap, Pramad, Zephyros, Selenova, Luxbane, Arkforger, Fantilia, Iron Tomb, who is going to come out from Amphorius, and yeah. And I guess the thing to note is that each Lord Ravager is after a specific path, right? They're like basically wanting to take down a specific path, with Iron Tomb specifically wanting to take out the Erudition. As you can see here, right? There's the symbol of the Erudition here. The same with Fantilia, with, the symbol of the hunt, because she tried to take down the Laofu, who essentially worship the hunts. And you can see the same thing with Arkforger, wants to take down Preservation. Luxbane is going after. If I recall, that's Harmony, and I can't read the other one. I'm blind. Selenova is after Harmony, sorry. Zephyros is after Nihility, so it's like people are expecting that maybe in the future there might be, let's say, a clash between Akron and Zephyro. That's what people are, let's say, expecting, right? Since, he specifically wants to go after Nihility. As a Prama, after Elation. Which is like interesting. We saw World versus Sephiroth. Yeah, that would have been the what if we didn't go to Amphorius, right? And I feel like we may encounter Asad Pramads in the near future, right? Because from the way, okay, this is a bit jumping a bit, right? But from the way 3.7 ended, there seems to be more of, let's say, a reoccurring mention of the elation, right? And specifically, how Sparkle showed up at the end. If we do end up, let's say, focusing on the elation in 4.x, it is very likely that we may come across Asad Pramat, right? Because Asad Pramat specifically is going after the elation. So it's like very likely that we'll encounter them soonish. Oh, Luxbane is like after Veracity or the Permanence. Sorry, that's who Luxbane's after. But yeah, it is very interesting if we're gonna see a Lord Ravager like soon, right? Because technically, the only time we didn't see a Lord Ravager in Penacony, right? No, we didn't. It'll be in 4.x. Who knows? Who the hell knows? I'm just expecting that 4.x to be focused on Elation. So we might see Asad Pramads, maybe. And wherever the hell we go, right? Okay, so that was just a side note, to talk about the not Amenites. Oh my god, Lord Ravagers, sorry. Considering they like get mentioned here and there, right? So you know who I mean when I say Selenova and when I say Zephyro, right? Vita versus Firefly Mech Showdown. Well, I think Firefly gets handed that, to be honest, but yeah. So yeah. And I guess we kind of like get told by Hertha is that one thing that we need to do is we need to try and, let's say, find a way to break Iron Tomb. And one way she suggests is, try and find Iron Tomb's code, Iron Tomb's source code, right? If it's possible to find it, right? Because we can find it, we can have a good chance of, stopping Iron Tomb's development and, killing Iron Tomb. That's if we can find it. Who knows if we can actually find it, right? And the best way to try and find it is, to try and find Ligers and deal with Ligers. Because if anyone knows where it is, Lygus most likely knows where it is. What are we searching for? A way to stop Iron Tomb. And one of those ways is, to try and find his source code. So it's basically his, one way to say it is like his DNA, right? If we can find it, we can stop him, right? But we have no idea where it is, so the one who should know where it is most likely Lygus, right? And I guess speaking of Lygus, by this point, it should very much be obvious that, Lygus is extremely suspicious because, he's helping in the nurturing of, Iron Tomb, which, is a Lord Ravager of Destruction. However, it's weird in the sense that Lygus is an emanator of Nous, right? So technically, why would he be helping Iron Tomb, who is going to destroy and wants to kill Nous, right? That doesn't make sense. It's a contradiction, right? So this is like where you start thinking of who the hell is Lygus, right? And I'm pretty sure, like, I predicted who Lygus' actual identity is. No, I'm actually quite sure I figured it out before it was unveiled. But there's like a very few, let's say, people who it could be, right? No, I don't think it's just me, right? But I doubt it's just me. But they give you very much clues on who it could be, right? As usual, they usually give you clues on like what an answer that happens down the road, right? Yeah. And yeah, so we have to like basically figure out how to prevent Iron Tomb's birth. And this is what Turtus suggests, right? Because we know that the way Iron Tomb evolves is by, there are nova happening and, the genesis occurring, right? So Turtus suggests one way to, let's say, if we can't specifically find the source code, because it's very unlikely we find it, we can manipulate it by manipulating how the error nova happens, right? So we can change some of the error nova script. We can essentially is another way to stop Iron Tomb, right? So we have to figure out a way to how we can do this, right? And I think Herta tells us that that Thalaton is the answer, right? I think this is what Herta tells us, that Thalaton is the answer. That Thalaton is kind of like the command script for is like the command script for Iron Tomb, because even though Lygus, sorry. You know how I've been saying that Lygus is more of an observant. We can kind of see that he can't directly influence us. This is just let's say, an assumption that we have, because he hasn't really done anything to stop us, right? He's only made like vague threats and, just that, right? So we have the idea that he can't directly interfere with us. But that's just the idea we have, right? And Skrillum thinks that is, that might not be true, because maybe the only thing that he would, let's say, have to worry about is already dealt with, right? So it would have to be something that we ourselves can't influence. And the only things that, let's say, fall under that umbrella are Titans that have already been that have already completed the journey, right? And that the respective demigods already dead, meaning that the only possibilities are, let's say, Hycelins with Phagosa, Ceresia with Thalaton, Geocles with Terravox, Yeah, those three, right? Because we've interacted with all of the other ones. So it kind of like narrows it down, right? And Screwlim very much, figures out that the ultimate protocol, which is the script which, is to further develop Iron Tomb, is actually Thalaton. So what we need to do is basically get Thalaton to get Sereja, well, get Thalaton and the respective demigods, and get them to help us out, right? Because that's the only real way we can actually affect Iron Tomb. So that is, the plan. That is the plan that we can do. Because before this, we've never seen Sereja or interacted with her, right? And yeah. Oh, and I guess we're told that Dan Hunk still hasn't, let's say, reached the the Astral Express, but it's been confirmed that he's left the Astral Express, right? Not the Astral Express, Amphorius. So it's like, okay. It seems like we have our goal. Let's com you know, achieve our goal, right? So while we're getting ready, I'm talking with Cyrene about, going on to the last cycle, we kind of get kidnapped. And I mean that in the literal sense. We kind of get kidnapped because we get teleported to somewhere else by Lygus, who's been observing us. And this is essentially, showing what I said before, right? Because we were assuming that Lygus, well, I was assuming that Lygus couldn't, affect us, right? Because he never did. And this is showing that, oh, okay, he can actually interfere with us, right? Because he actually TPs us away to this kind of like cable, like dark area, right? So it's like, where the fuck are we now? And this we're in an era called the Exomyth, right? Which essentially is kind of like the in between, right? So this is where we can see like the true face of Amphoris being the scepter. So this is kind of like the inside of the scepter, and we can see how like these machines are like representative of the Titans, right? Of the crisis era, right? You can see APA KR 216, meaning Castor is Titan Authority Death, but we also, I guess, find out is that the Titans seem to be also simulating an Aeon, right? Or an Aeon path. I think technically we find this out in 2.4. I think that Lygus mentions that the point of the crisis as is for them to imitate or represent a Aeon, and for Iron Tomb growing stronger by killing those simulations, those Aeon simulations or representatives. And yeah, so we go down this route because we have no other option, right? So we're going down this route, and we end up meeting Lygus, and he's basically tells us that this is the actual form of Amphorius, and that the area where we are is the Exomyth, which is kind of like the in between, but also like the real appearance of it, right? And essentially tries to basically tells us that you've also been stared down by Nanook. You're also like a fellow past share of destruction. How about you change your mind and join my side, right? We want to make Daddy Nanook happy. I'm gonna tell him like, fuck no, bitch. We've been Nanook ain't the only one that looked at us, and our destruction version is the weakest version. Because what the hell are you gonna do with destruction Trailblazer? Freaking preservation Trailblazer gives you a shield. Harmony Trailblazer supports your break teams, and Remembrance Trailblazer is a superly strong support character. Fuck the Destruction Trailblazer. useless piece of shit. And yeah. So we kind of told him that, but this is just, essentially for him to kind of like not mess with us, but try and influence us a bit, right? And so he leads us out, and we exit, right? And now we start learning a bit more about Sarija, right? He's kind of like tells us of what happened of what type of character Sarija is, right? That Sarija is basically the ruler of. Is she the ruler of Okima? Well, she's a grand ruler who's kind of like almost unified the whole of Amphorius, but she's not, let's say, like a she's but I guess one way to put it is that she's benevolent, but she can also be seen as a tyrant, right? Because the way she's basically achieved her goals and her aims can also be seen as tyrannical, right? Because she's used brutal force to basically subjugate a lot of people, right? But she still has been the one that's come out victorious, right? So we learn, a bit more about what type of, let's say, character Sarija is, right? He's essentially like a leader, right? And we learn that a bit about Hycelins at the same time, right? That Hycelins is essentially Sarija's kind of like right hand, right? That Hycelins cooperates with Sarija because they're essentially compatible, right? And that Hycelins is a great warrior. So oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. She's not the leader of Okima. She invades Okima and takes it over. My bad. Yeah, she's not the leader of Okima. She's just, a ruler who basically unifies the whole of Amphorius by invading the whole of Amphorius. So yeah, yeah, she just be doing those, ruler time kind of things, taking over places, right? It's an oopsie, but arguably you can say, oh, it's a good oopsie, right? And so we've started the cycle, right? We're waking up with Cyrene, and we're starting the cycle in the Temple of Fates. And I don't think we know when, what time, what year it is, right? Wait, do we? Oh, I guess we do, right? Because Cyrene says this is the end of the first Flame Chase journey, right? And the one who was a part of the first Flame Chase journey was Sarija, Hycelins, Aglaya, and Chibi, right? So we know that we need to find Sarija, right? Because we believe that things are gonna happen as they've happened in the past, right? And they've happened in all of the previous eternal reoccurrences, right? Yeah, that they're gonna happen the same as always, right? How did we get there? We basically did the reset, right? Because you know how Finan always did the reset, and the way the reset was done was using Cyrene's scepter, right? Because that held the power to reset the cycle. And since we have it, we can reset it. Since the one who had it before was Flame Reaver, Castellana. But now we have it, right? So yeah, we think that everything's gonna happen the same as usual, right? So, and it should be, right? Because it's happened the same the past 33 million times, so surely it happens again, right? Why not reset it before killing everyone? Because I believe to reset it, he needs the power of the core flames, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he needs like the power of the core flames to be able to reset it. And so, yeah, we think everything's gonna happen. So we kind of can predict of what's gonna happen, right, or what we need to do, right? But we can also hear that okay, we're in Hanasopolis, but this like seems to be like a lot of noise. Why is it so noisy here? That makes no sense. And we see that the reason why it's so noisy is that for some reason, Chibi, Hysolins, and Sarija are here. The reason they're here is because for some reason they're talking about Beyond the Sky when technically they shouldn't know anything about Beyond the Sky, right? Because everyone was oblivious about Beyond the Sky before this. So it's kind of like, huh? Things are not the way they should be. Hold up. Because people already start trying to go beyond the skies after Aquila, blasted down the that city which tried to go beyond the sky. So no one should be trying or should, want anything with it to do with it. But apparently, Hyslin and Serija are aiming for it, right? And that's why this priest is like, fuck you! Why the hell do you want that? And so it's like weird. And then Hyson talks about the deliverer from beyond the sky, which is like, okay, hold up. How the fuck do they know the deliverer from beyond the sky? Isn't the deliverer always meant to be Finan? Hold up, this doesn't make sense. Everything's already different, right? It's it looks like our original plan of using what we know that should happen. We can't use that anymore, right? It's already at a different start, which is a good thing and a bad thing. It's a bad thing in the sense that we can't assume things anymore. But it's a good thing in the sense that it means that things won't. It's very likely that things won't play out as they have done so in the past 33 million times. So it's a eh, it's a kind of thing, right? And this is the first time we see Sarija, right? And it's kind of like she is short, right? And we essentially get a very clear view of what her character is like, right? Because she's like, "Follow me or die," right? Which is very, yeah, follow me or die. Which is one way to look at things or to view things, and you can see how you know how ruthless she is, right? Because she literally burns the guy to death. She burns the priest to death, which is a very much, let's say, like a shift in in the shift of vibe, right? Because let's say characters like Aglaya with one, let's say, fully, let's say, goody two shoes, right? Because Aglaya always did things that benefit Okima, right? But she never really, let's say, showed it, right? The same with like everyone else. And now with the entrance of Sarija, like not even 5 minutes since we see her, she already kills someone. So it's like, it's a change of pace, right? It's a very much change of pace. And then we find out that essentially the prophecy has not her day, maybe. But yeah, we find out that the prophecy seems to have changed, right? Because um the prophecy was that the deliverer will be born in the future and that he will be um you know he will bring on a new dawn to Amphorius, right? But now the prophecy has changed to that the deliverer from beyond the sky is the one who will bring deliverance, right? So okay, things are different. Huh? Oh, I guess we also find out that Kindness is dead too. that yeah, kindness is already dead here, right? So I mean it's a good thing because fuck kindness, but it's also I was like that was like fast. Yeah. So it's pretty like it's very much like Sarich is extremely efficient. She's killing the people who are going to be a problem in the future. Which is like, okay, I mean, she may be ruthless, right? But yeah, she knows we're from the future. She technically does actually because of the prophecy that they were given, the different prophecies they were given. Yeah, yeah, because like yeah, they already know about the yeah. Yeah, because the Chibi prophesies that the deliverer shall come from the future, beyond the sky. So they know that from the prophecy that changed, they know that things are things have to change. She says, "Not that careless we used to know." What do you mean? Oh, when she killed her. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's not the Canis we used to know because the Canis we used to know was a Canis from that survived the whole time, right? And this Canis technically died before she experienced everything that she was meant to experience. How does she know we met her before? Because literally here, right? Because the prophecy that Chibi gave Sarija about the deliverer was the deliverer shall come from the future, meaning that she knows that we're from the future and from beyond the sky. Beyond the sky. So it's kind of like, yeah, it kind of like the cat's out of the bag, right? So I mean, it's good because it saves us the trouble from explaining things. If like we acted as if we knew something was going to happen, there's it's very useful. It's it cuts out a lot of I guess cuts out like a lot of fluff that would have to happen, right? And then there's the question of who altered history here, right? Like what caused this drastic change, right? Because maybe it was gonna be Ligers. No, he wouldn't really do this, right? Because Ligers wants everything to happen as they should do, right? Could be Danhang. I mean, Danhang already left, right? So technically he can't be the one. So maybe March, because we know March is in Amphorius, but hmm, right? Or maybe we fucked it up, right? So yeah, so yeah, we can't really do too much, but follow Cereja, right? To Amphorius, and I guess this is where since we're in the past, right? We now everyone like we see Chibi, we see Aglaya, right? But since we know them, but they don't know us, it's kind of like I don't know. It's a bit weird in a sense, right? Because we know what type of they are, what like type of characters they are. Just like kind of um I don't know. It's a weird feeling if that makes sense, right? And I guess the other prophecy is that Amphora shall break its chains and reach the world beyond the sky. So yeah, it's like it pretty much enforces that okay, this is definitely the last cycle, right? So we essentially kind of like meet people who belong to this, I guess, or are alive at this point, right? Who are technically dead by the time we originally came to Amphorius, right? And one, I guess, curious ones that we meet are these two. Because if I remember, Uh maybe we should have done like some back reading of this, right? Because I mean, I did mention that yesterday that out of all the chapters, 3.5 is the one that I'm most iffy on. But that's mainly because like introducing some characters which technically don't really matter in the end, right? Because what matters is Syrian and Hysolence. Um, but essentially these two kind of like, if I recall correctly, is that she has a thing for him, but he's like so oblivious about it until towards the end, and he's like mega focused on his research. No, not in his research, right? But he's like focused on other stuff, right? If I recall correctly, I could be wrong about that, but I do remember that on towards the end that they actually do, pass. And I guess the nice thing that we see is we see Aglaya, right? But this Aglaya is different from the Aglaya that we know, right? Because I said before that one of the, I guess the merits that Aglaya has as the demigod of romance is that over time she lost more and more of her emotions, right? Which is why when we met Aglaya, she was very much more stone faced and felt like cold, right? But here, this is Aglaya with basically her emotions, right? So she's like very more emotive, right? You can hear her laugh, you can hear emotions from her voice, which is like nice, right? And I guess Chibi tells us that Onyx is the one who changed the prophecy, who reshaped Amphoris to suit us. So I guess kind of like says that Onyx is the one that was behind everything, right? Of why everything's different now, and why everyone knows about the true beyond the sky. So it's like, I mean, it's useful, but we still need to, let's say, be careful, right? Because just because, let's say, things seem to be, in our advantage, doesn't mean like it's always going to be, right? And I guess this is where we also kind of see of how um not everyone sees eye to eye with Cereja, right? Not everyone has a vision, right? Because like you can see some people don't understand, the point of the deliverers, like don't understand like the true Star Sky and stuff, right? So it kind of like shows that Cereja is slightly isolated in that sense, right? But the reason why she can't do this is because she's the leader, right? She's the one who's conquered everything. This is essentially like, you know, Cereja essentially confirming that, um, uh, what's what you call it? That the flame chase journey is, has the green light, and we're going to continue, right? And that specifically what we're going to go after is Fogosa, because at this point the Fogosa hasn't been conquered yet. So Hysolence isn't the demigod of oceans at this point. She's still just Hysolence. But Cereja has already become the demigod of Thalaton, of law. And so I guess we speak with Cereja, who's essentially talks to us to kind of like wants confirmation about about what the prophecy said, right? And we essentially tell her that yes, the Aeons are like much stronger than the Titans. That you know we need to make sure this works. Did they get ported back before Oryx gave Serene the scepter? Huh? What? I'm assuming you're referring to the chart from yesterday, right? Let me try and see if I can find the link again. That's this one, right? Yeah. No? before Oryx gave Siren the scepter. It says Chibi first, Sarisha second, Oryx thirds. Well, hmm. Where does it say that? Because in this timeline, Oryx still hasn't on the Titans wiki. Hold up. Where are you seeing? Oh, are you talking about in this? As this? Oh, no, this is just how the Titans are split up into like different groups. You know how Zygurus, Thanatos, and Nikador are the Titans of Calamity, right? Yeah, the Strife. Sorry, they're like split into different groups. About these are the Titans of Fate. These are the Titans Foundation, Creation, and Calamity. It's just how they're split up into like the respective groups. What are the months for? Essentially kind of like January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, November, December. I missed a month because that's 11 months. That's how did I get to December before 11th? But it's essentially kind of like the months, right? And how each month is representative of a Titan. Yeah. And I guess the Daimyo is the Titan of Genesis, but that's later. But yeah, this thing is just that these are the Titans of Fate. It doesn't, apart from them being the Titans of Fate, so the ones who would, let's say, like look and like give the prophecies, it doesn't really matter. How did Flame Reaver get to reach his flame? Well, the thing is, whenever they reset time, whenever Kaslana reset time, he went to the start, right? So before, like, basically, people were like born, right? So he basically had to wait until when Sarisha was born, and he did her stuff, kill her, take her core flame, and then that's how, right? Because you know how in 3.7, after they completed Genesis at the end of 3.6, you know how we had to go to sleep, right? And the same for how March and Dan Hung also had to like basically rest so they could let time move forward so that we could get to the correct time frame when the people we needed to be around were around. So it's kind of the same thing, which is what Kaslana did when he was going through his journey. So yeah, so Zeri just basically confirms it, wants a confirmation about the prophecy. So we essentially kind of want to get her cooperation, right? Because we kind of she's the demigod of Thalaton, and that is very important for this, since that is the ultimate protocol for Iron Tomb. So without Sarisha's help, well, we're kind of fucked. But we also see that Ligas is has noticed like the variables, right? That okay, things are not working as how they should be, right? So he's actually getting involved, right? So he's trying to influence Sarija, right? So he's trying to get Sarija to cooperate with him. Since Ligas is still known as the Theros, right? He still has that role of Theros, right? So technically, he gets, let's say, has a quote unquote advantage, right? But, you know, in reality, anyone who looks at Ligas already thinks, I shouldn't trust this fuck. Theros. Theros is just a role that someone in, I guess, Okima has. Is meant to act as, let's say, an observer or like a scribe, who's meant to observe, record everything that's happened, but also meant to be neutral, a neutral party. So I guess think of it like in government, right? When the two parties are having an argument, there's always someone in the middle who's meant to be neutral, who's meant to be trying to progress the talks. That's essentially kind of what Lives is meant to be. But obviously, this fuck isn't neutral at all. He wants the death of the death of everyone. Oh my god. Okay. So yeah. And I guess Sarija has noticed that, you know, what we're interested is in law, right? And, you know, that she actually spared Lygas's life, right? Because apparently she was going to kill him at some point, but then Lygas managed to convince her to spare her, for her to spare him, right? But Lygas, I guess, now it's essentially kind of like testing her, right? That Sarija now has two options: either trust us, the deliverer, or trust Lygas. So it's like, So I guess kind of like Lygas is I guess Lygas doesn't, let's say, make it sound like he's like not obviously against us, right? Or I guess he's not obviously, you know, the villain, right? Because he specifically says that we're not wholly wicked, right? Because he really wants to paint a shit picture of us, right? He would have made us seem like the worst of the worst, right? But then that would also made him seem like even less trustworthy, right? But yeah. So yeah, like it's kind of one on her side. So Siri just has to decide on what path she wants to go, right? So we see a bit more of you know, I guess this Amphorius, right? Which is essentially this Okima, which is essentially kind of like a young Okima, right? And then we see, you know, we explore a bit, and then we're gonna go see Hysolence, and we get a good shot of Hysolence. We get it's it is a nice shot. We get a back shot of Hysolence here. And I don't know. A lot of people, let's say, when 3.5 happened, a lot of people, let's say, didn't really, let's say, end up liking Hysolence, right? Because they did say like Hot Pot goes on like a bit too long, right? Which I can kind of see, right? But they also kind of like had to introduce her, right, in this patch. But I don't know. I did end up kind of liking her story and her character more than I initially expected, because I kind of thought that it should be kind of whatever, right? And Sarija is probably going to be the more interesting character. But I don't know. For me, I ended up liking Hysolence a lot more than Sarija. Not like Sarija is bad or anything, right? But I don't know. I guess they managed to sell Hysolence to me, if that makes sense. Right? It is not that the shot is the one that sold Hysolence for me. But yeah. So I guess it's kind of like this is meant to kind of show that Hycelin's, let's say, viewpoints are different from us, right? Because like she doesn't seem to, let's say, have the normal, I guess, behavioral patterns that a usual person would have here, right? And we obviously learn later why that is, right? And that's because Hyceland isn't exactly, let's say, kind of like a normal human, but we learn that a bit more later, right? Yeah, we also learned that how, I guess, Sarija controls things, right? How Sarija is able to control things, right? As she does that with the help of Hyceland, because Hyceland's kind of, if there's like someone who's opposing Sarija, right, and it seems like a threat, Sarija kind of gets Hyceland to deal with the issue at hand, if you catch my gist, right? So it's kind of like it shows more of, let's say, like the ruthlessness of Sarija, right? And also shows more of how Hyceland and Sarija work, right? How they work together, right? So yeah, we get a better understanding of the two characters. Um, yeah, and then we're told that the campaign's gonna happen, and that we kind of like need to get ready for the campaign against Fugosa. But yeah, we essentially, tell her to like what's happening so far, and we kind of tell her that you know, uh, things aren't the same. That Sarija, doesn't seem that she's gonna be too cooperative, but also that Lygus is here, right? Which further enforces that Sarija and Thalassen are basically the key points at this point. So it shows that we're in the right. We're heading in the right direction, right? And here's like where we start, getting more information about Lygus, right? That Lygus is definitely connected to the Genius Society. What do we actually want here? We essentially want Sarija's help, right? Because Sarija already has the core flame of law, Thalassen's core flame, which is the ultimate protocol. So what we want to do here is basically kind of like get Sarija to alter the uh core flame, right? Because she has it, so she'll be able to alter it, right? And if she can do that, we get the upper hand against Iron Tomb and Lygus. So that's essentially what we want to do here. But Sarija's being very, yeah, I'm good, right? And she has essentially us on one shoulder telling us to help them, and Lygus on the other shoulder telling her to ignore us, right? So we kind of need to deal with that. Like I said, right, you get more and more clues about Lygus's actual identity as we go through this chapter, right? Uh huh. Currently, the most likely candidate is not to. Oh, I guess this is where we learn about Acha, genius number 23. Oh, yeah, and I guess her to like gives you possibilities on who Lygus could be. Could be the Lord of Silence, which is Polka. I can't remember her full name. Polka could be Acha, could be like the two Ruperts, but that's not really possible, right? So it's like giving you like clues on who it could be, right? And so I guess before we go on to, let's say, conquer Phagosa, the general practice for, I guess, here is that we have a banquet. A banquet before we go to war against the Titan. So, yeah, so we're going to have a banquet. Everyone's going to be like chilling, relaxing, having some drinks. Because, who doesn't want to have a drink before we go on and kill a Titan? And we're essentially told that you can't enter the banquet before, unless you give them your weapon, right? Because you don't want someone with a weapon come into the banquet and try and kill Sarija, right? So as a way of protection, right? So we're like, I mean, sure, right? Don't really have another option, right? So we get rid of our weapons and we come to the banquet. And, we kind of like see, Chibi and Aglaya, right? And I guess the most important thing that happens here is that, oddly enough, Sarija isn't here at the banquet yet, which is kind of like weird. Because, is a banquet, is her banquet, so it doesn't make sense that she's not here, right? And then, we end up speaking with Hysolence, who ends up, informing us that actually, like we also get like quite a few number of CGs with Hysolence here, which is kind of nice. I don't know. It is kind of nice. But essentially, what Hysolence ends up telling us is that Sarija is actually here. That with that Hysolence essentially has kind of like, with the drink that how do I say this? That Sarija is actually here, but unless you drink the specific drink, you can't actually notice that she's here, right? So think of it like she's wearing something akin to, let's say, like a cloak of invisibility. But without the drink, you can't actually see her, right? Meaning that Sarija has actually been here the whole time. And once we drink this, we can actually see Sarija. Like, we can actually see that Sarija's here. And we learn that what Hysolence is doing is that she doesn't, how do I say it? She literally just doesn't trust Lygus, right? Because she can see that Lygus is trying to persuade Sarija, but Hysolence does not trust him at all, right? And she would rather trust us than trust Lygus. So essentially, she's supporting us, right? Which is, yeah. And yeah, so she's supporting us. So since we can, since we know that Lygus and Sarija are here, we can try and gather some intel of what exactly they're doing, right? Since they don't know that we know that they are here, so using that advantage, we can, try and get closer to figure out things out, right? Although at the same time, we have to also make sure that, they don't notice that we know that they know. We know that they're not here, right? Okay. Okay, let's see. So we essentially end up seeing like more of what Lygus is trying to tempt her with, right? Because Lygus is saying that, oh, he'll connect Amphoris to the stars, right? And he's trying to, give her like an explanation of what exactly he'll do, how he'll connect it, right? But merging with the Black Tide is like, he is gonna, let's say, connect Amphoris with the rest of the cosmos by, getting Amphoris to be absorbed by Iron Tomb. And you know, if Iron Team is released, I mean, technically they're connected with the entire cosmos if Iron Team is released. But at the same time, everyone is also dead at the same time, right? Oh, sweet water. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so like, Lagers is essentially trying to further convince her, right? And it seems as if Serija essentially has been convinced by Lagers, right? Because Serija says that um wait, what? Yeah, it's kind of like she. No, she's not. Is it? Hold up. Am I forgetting something? Yeah, because it's like as if she has been she makes it seem as if she has been convinced by Lagers, right? Because she kind of makes it as an excuse to, you know, to frame us as villains, right? And but also at the same time frame Iceland's, right? Saying that we were working with Iceland's, you know, to essentially harm her, right? And they're saying that basically we're gonna go that we were after Serija, but you know, now it is like last chance or like our attempt to try and try and convince Serija, right? To see if we can actually you know, basically Serija is giving us a chance to convince her, right? Since Lagos has said all that he can, now it's our turn to say all that we can, right? And then for Serija to decide on what's gonna happen, right? And it looks like Serija essentially, you know, doesn't buy what we're saying, right? And yeah, it looks like Serija doesn't. No, it looks like Serija is like gonna kill us, right? She's planning to execute us the next day, but Lagos appears and says, "No, no, no, no." Lagos goes like, "No, no, 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 no. Something isn't right here. Why would you like, let's say, like, not immediately like execute them, right? Like you would normally." So it's kind of like the jig is up, right? And it basically tells us, "Oh, you bitch, you never even believed me, right?" But it's also kind of like Serija like forcing Lycus to show his true colors, right? At the same time. And yeah, it's literally what Tyrion says here, right? That the Emperor said Serija never trusted anyone. She was just trying to see which side had more sincerity. Yeah. That's essentially what Serija was doing this whole time, right? And everything that we were doing was like a test, right? And yeah, so like it's kind of like pissed, and a way to control everything. What Lagos does is he gets further involved. I don't get it. Okay, so essentially, since I guess we came to the new timeline, we know that we need to get Serija on our side, right? Because she has Thalaton. And since, you know, Thalaton is the ultimate protocol. But because of this, Lagos also needs to make sure that Serija doesn't work with us, right? Because he needs the ultimate protocol to work as it should be, right? So essentially, Serija then knows that Lagos wants her to side with him, but also knows that we want her to side with them. So Rija basically makes it so that she tests both sides. She tests Ligers and she tests us, and whichever one was more sincere than the other is the one who she will side with, right? And so this banquet where no one could bring in their weapons, and the Highlands being on our side was essentially a test for us, right? And if we were sincere during this whole time, she would be with us, right? Because she noticed that Ligers wasn't being sincere at all whenever he spoke with her. And so when Sarija was basically saying that, oh, that we are traitors and that we're gonna that they're going to execute us, she's gonna get us be executed the next day. It was more as a cover, to protect us, right? But Ligus, sniffed it out, and he came onto the stage, right? And basically called Sarija out. But by doing this, Sarija also got Ligus, to show his actual intentions, right? And since things have gotten to the point where Ligus, let's say, can't actually control things, right? Because things are already deviating from the original pathways. Ligus is going to get involved here, right? And what happens here is that these red jellyfishes appear, and it's like, hold up, the hell is this, right? And this Cyrene is the one who notices this jellyfish, who thinks it belongs to Oryx, right? So it's like, maybe it's something related to Oryx. Right? I know when we get this like vague messages of what this land will face disaster, right? So it's like Cyrene's getting like a heads up, but there's, let's say, quote unquote, red Oryx takes her away. Refresh subtitles. Are there subtitles we've been playing here? Oh, they have actually. Yeah. Oh, I guess it's subtitles of what I was saying, right? When things were happening. Well, yeah, at the time. Yeah, so Cyrene kind of like poofed. Like, we didn't know, but Cyrene poofed. And Ligus, well, one is missing, gone, so so Ligus essentially does this. Yep. We get paused and we kind of get put into a prison. Right. But it's also kind of like showing that Ligus is not fucking about anymore. And he's gonna freaking touch us. And we get prisoned. And essentially now Ligus uh announces war against us, right? Against Sarija, right? That he's now actually gonna lead the charge with the Black Tide. Yeah. So Sarija has two choices: work with Ligus or be killed by Ligus, right? So yeah. So that is essentially what's going to happen, right? And the way Sarija is going to fight against Ligus is that she has the support of two. She has the support of both Herta and Screwlum, right? because uh we gave up the chronocognitive anchor when we came in, right? So now she has it. So now Sarija has it, has the anchor. And so with their help, Sarija should be able to, let's say, hold off Ligers, right? Yeah, and I guess this is where Ligers kind of like further explains the stuff, right, with the Ultimate Protocol, where he says that the permission, the core flame, to read the Ultimate Protocol law is already in our hands. It will only be a matter of time before we acquire the authority to write and execute commands as well. How did Herta save her? It's not that Herta saved her, but it's more like it shows. It's more like Herta and Screwdom are working with Sarija, right? Because when we entered the banquets, so when we entered here, so before we entered, the banquet here, we had to like hand over our items, right? Yeah. Is it here? I was a bit earlier, sorry. Yeah, it's like we had to hand over items, right? We had to hand over the chronocognitive anchor. And since we didn't really have any other options, we handed over the anchor, which, then obviously the guard gave to Sarija, which is why she had it at this point. And, which allowed these two to be here, right? Herta and Ligers. Sorry, Herta and Screwdom. Okay. So yeah, so Sarija has the support to basically stall against Ligers and his, attack. So yeah, so it kind of like slightly evens the playing field, right? Because they have Sarija has the help of two geniuses, but Ligers is still technically the one in control, right? Because it's not like they can directly get involved. They can only, let's say, communicate with Sarija. Unlike Ligers, who's like inside. And we see that we are in the exomyth, that the trap or the prison that Ligers made for us is inside the exomyth. And essentially, to prevent us from, doing anything, Ligers is gonna basically keep us in this space. And what Ligers tells us also is that I guess I should have mentioned this earlier, but the way time works in Amphorius is that time in Amphorius moves faster than the real world time. I think it was a 1 to 10. So if let's say, I think it was a 1 to 10 or 1 to 100. I can't remember the scale. So if it's, let's say, 1 to 10, so if 1 minute passed in the real world, 10 minutes would have passed already in Amphorius. The same as if 1 minute passed in the real world, 100 minutes would have already passed in Amphorius. No, actually, I think it's higher. It's even faster than that. I think it's actually faster than like 1 to 10 or like 1 to 100. But essentially, it's that the longer. And essentially, that in the exomyth, so where we are being trapped, is following real world time. So, meaning that the longer we are trapped here, the even longer time that actually passes in Amphorius. So, we have to figure out a way to get out. Yeah. That in this place where time flows far slower than within Amphorius, yeah, we can't spend too much time here. Yeah. And I guess, yeah, and then I guess with here, with what Liger says here, it should pretty much tell you who he is if you, I guess, remember back to chapter 1. I mean, back to the start of the game when you read some of the portraits. Because he specifically here says that I've tried so hard to ensure Iron Tomb's birth just so that I can correct the error named erudition that he managed to create with their own hands. And so by this point, you should more or less know that Lagos is actually Xander. Xander. I can't remember his full name, but he should be Xander. And Xander, who is the first genius, is the one who ended up creating News. But after he created News, he regretted that, he created News, right? Because it also meant that humanity, or that, that essentially that humanity could never really, let's say, surpass News, right? So ever since then, he kind of went rogue and disappears. And what essentially wants to do is correct that mistake by, deleting News. Yeah. Yeah, because he literally says that the days before Noose was born, back then the boundaries of knowledge were like starry skies. Right? But yeah, but now with Noose, that's no longer a thing, right? Because supposedly Noose will already know anything that we don't know. So yeah, so he wants to kill Noose. And we need to get out of here, right? Yeah, so this is how Hurt is supporting Cereja via the chronocognitive anchor. And we're basically told by Herta that him and Skrullum, that her and Skrullum can, break us out, but it will take way too much time, right? So we need to find our own way to get out. All right. And, the only ways to get out are, using pathways, right? And so we can try and rely the path, or we can try and rely on the hope of maybe Nanook, but Nanook ain't gonna help us. Nanook wants this thing to succeed. We can maybe try and help get the, let's say, Clive's attention, but Clive isn't, let's say, looking at it here, right? Clive is busy, right? Yeah, we're not, um, let's say, we're connected to them because we're path striders of their path too, but you know we're not too deeply connected, right? In If that makes sense, right? So technically, there's only one pathway left, right? And this pathway is also looking at us at the same time, right? Is also paying attention to Amphorius. So we have to rely on the pathway of remembrance, right? And then this red jellyfish appears again, chat. This quote unquote supposedly Oryx. And it helps us get out of this place. Yeah. It helps us get out of this place. But we still don't know who it is, right? And then we kind of learn, we kind of encounter who this is, right? I think technically before this story, I mean, not really, because unfortunately, the way HSR does job marketing, I already knew what this was, right? Because hold up, wait, I'm not opening my Twitter while I'm hold up. Hold up. Let me find the thing. Just Storio. Cause let me find it. Because the way Star Rail works and the way Hoya have done it, um, they drip market the upcoming character before the patch comes, right? So let's say, for example, Banyue and Dialing, they both got drip marketed before 3.3 even started, right? So, and the same thing happened in for this, right? Both Dan Hung and Evernight, they were both drip marketed before 3.5 was released. And since they were drip marketed, we kind of saw. What the fuck is it? Oh my god, how far down do I have to scroll? Did I pass it? Did I? I think I may have passed it. Hold up. We saw. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, before like the 3.5 started. Where is it? Oh my god, what the hell is it? Yeah, before 3.5 started, we already saw Evernight, right? Wait, did we? When the hell is the gym market? Wait, am I blind? Where the hell is the gym market? Didn't? Where the hell is the gym market? But either way, like, we already saw Evernight, right? So we kind of already could tell that. I guess when did Evernight get job marketed for HSR? Evernight was job marketed on March 7th. Was it March 7th? Oh, yeah, I guess that was not March 7th. Was job marketed on March 7th? 3.6, yeah. This is 3 months ago. That is not March 7th. On August 3rd, right? And when was it is 3.5 release. Yeah. 3.5 on August 12th, right? On August 12th, right? So and this was yeah, 3rd of August. So we already knew so we had already seen this, right? We'd already had seen the jellyfish, right? So you could kind of already tell that yeah, this is most likely gonna be Elnite, right? And not really Ornyx. And obviously like this like kind of like tells you more, right? And we believe that we found March 7th, right? That we were saved by March, right? But the further we go on, we kind of see that. Hold up, like something is sus, right? That this isn't March 7th. Like this isn't the March that we know. Yeah, that we come to realize that this isn't March, and end up learning that rather than being March, that these are uh that these are members of that these are memo snatchers, right? So members of the Garden of Recollection. So they're still like up to something, right? And this is where the Master of Asanavara And we learn here that the Master of Asanavara means fully has already glanced at you, right? So this is when we got, you know, entered into the path of remembrance. So, and I guess this is like meant to, you know, remind you about that, right? And this is when we actually encounter her, right? Evernight. All right, I guess what I didn't know at this point was that who Evernight was, right? Because we didn't know exactly what Evernight was at this point. Because I thought maybe Evernight's related to Cyrene, right? Because you can literally see, right, the musical annotation here, right, is similar to how, you know, Cyrene has one too, right? But it's the other one, is opposite, right? Because this is for a base, right? If I recall. No, it's not for base. Oh my god. If I recall, this is meant to be for a lower key. Is what this music annotation is meant to be. I've not. Oh god, when was the last time I freaking looked at the musical sheet? Music sheet. I think it's been 15 years, but yeah. So for that, maybe she was related to Cyrene, right? But obviously later, you know, we found out, oh, she's not really, right? And we kind of like get told by her that the that she has Kefle's core flame, right? That Kefle's core flame was protected by the veil overnight, and that, you know, she calls herself Evernight, and that she has been protecting it, right? And so she's giving it to us. Oh, I guess she says that Cyrene hit the core flame of world bearing in the River of Time. And so since she's also in the River of Time, she's handing it to us, right? And we're going to return to Amphoris to complete the journey. Right. And so we go back to into Amphorius, right? And we see that we're in the full 4,931 light calendar year. So meaning that the amount of time that has passed since we went in, since we were locked, is I think it says it here. What up? Did I mention it here? I don't think it's mentioned here. But no, I think oh yeah, it's been like 300 years. Yeah, so I guess it's been like 300 years apparently since we were like locked in since we were like, let's say, like locked away by Ligas. Yeah, and here we can see like there's a pre-recorded message from Herta, right? And essentially tells us that while we were locked away, they managed to rewrite the ultimate protocol, right? So that when we actually complete the Orva Nova, it won't happen. The destruction logic for Iron Tomb won't be the same as it would be originally, right? So you can, you know, delay and stop Iron Tomb slowly, right? But we can also see that things are kind of like weird, right? Because we see Cyrene here, which is cool, but yeah, I mean, Cyrene's here, but even though we're trying to interact with her, she's not, let's say, responding, right? So it's kind of like weird, right? So essentially, we can kind of assume that maybe she's like a hologram, right? Or like a memory. right? And we can essentially see that um yeah, the journey was going on, but yeah, we can see that Ceresia has died already, that Terravox has fallen, but we did manage to return Laura, Romance, and Ocean, right? So the journey's still going on, but some people have already started dying, right? And I guess this is how they came into the idea of how Cyrene hit the. This is how they show how Cyrene hit the uh world bearing Cufflake's core flame. Sorry, right? And then apparently she had a dream and passed the flame on to the future, right? And this is why she put it into the river of time, right? And you see, we like everything's passed, and yeah, and that apparently we learn that Cereja killed 500 Crisis heirs to complete the trial of law. And in response to this, she was killed. Yeah. But because of that, she was later then assassinated, right? And since then, Aglaya has taken over, right? So, oh 07 Cereja, she has passed. But then we see like other members, right, of that we know of the Crisis heirs. But you can also see that Lygus is very much in the forefront, right? He is slowly, step by step, starting to kill the other Crisis heirs, right? And slowly, one by one, they try to fight back, but that is not really, let's say, happening, right? And so we this has already happened, right? Everyone here is already dead, but we're essentially seeing what happened, right? Because we kind of like we kind of like fast forwarded after this already happens, and so yeah. So you see how everyone tried to fight back against the um Black Tide and Lygus, right? And as this happens, Lygus kept trying, to find the ward bearing the kept trying to find Kaflei's core flame that went missing. And then we can finally come back to here, right? Well, we see Hyacinth and Cyrene, right? And we find out that the Cyrene that we've been following is actually also the same, right? That this Cyrene has also passed, right? And that she left the Harcane, right? Yeah. That she's also left the cane, and yeah. And so she's left everything else for us, right? And so what we need to do is finish the Era Nova. We need to finish the journey. So we need to reach the Vortex of Genesis. Right? So we need to reach the Vortex of Genesis, which we find out that the Vortex of Genesis is in Styxia, right? Yeah. That it's being guarded by the demigod of ocean, so Hycelens, right? And so we are heading off to Styxia. Yeah. Oh, what did he do with the core flames? Who? Like he's trying to get them right, because while we were defending while they were defending Okima, right? They still completed all the trials, right? So they put up the core flames into the vortex of Genesis. And but even if they put up the vortex of Genesis, what Ligas needs is all the core flames to go up into the vortex of Genesis to start the Aeronova. But because the core flame of world bearing can't be found, the cycle can't be completed, right? So he's looking for it. That's why he's directly like attacking them, or was directly attacking them. How did Cyrene die? I mean, you can assume that she was like like worn out over time, right? And before she fully, died, she returned to Oronex. Now we see Ligas notices that we're back, right? Yeah. Yeah, and we see that um the last way that I guess they defended against everything was by putting also Ligas into, let's say, a sleep. So Heislands defended, I guess, the Vortex of Genesis by putting herself to sleep, but at the same time forcing Ligas to kind of fall to a sleep, right? So he himself physically can't do anything, but because, he is kind of like the he kind of has like admin permissions, he's able to still interact with us, right? But even if it's just like a hologram. And so we need to find out, enter the Vortex of Genesis by going into Styxia, right? And yeah. So we go through yeah, so this is where we start learning more about Hysolence. Because so far we more or less understand Syringe as a character now, right? From the way, she, did things and carried things out, and how she kind of controlled Okima. And now we've learned more about Hysolence. And we learned that Hysolence was a sea siren, right? That she, lived in the sea or belonged to the sea, right? And that her actual voice is Electra, right? She was a daughter of the queen, if I recall correctly, right? Yeah, she was one of the queen's daughters. Okay, like this is like the part where I'm like most, I wouldn't say unsure, right? About, but yeah, we learn more about like what happened to the sea sirens and to Hysolence and what caused her to basically leave this place and join the basically what caused her to leave the sea, right? And I guess this is like when Fagosa went mad, right? And when she was, I guess, invaded by the Black Tides. And yeah, so essentially, for the essentially what happened was that the Black Tide attacked Fagosa and what should we call it, Styxia, right? And Hysolence escaped, right? Yeah, because the black side essentially caused Fagosa to go mad, which in the end ended up with the destruction of Stixia. And yeah, like I said, because of everything that happened, Iceland's like escaped, right? From this dying, not dying world, but this dying kingdom. So yeah, so she escapes. I don't. No, no, she doesn't kill. This place, this area just yet, but essentially everyone died, but Iceland's right. Iceland's was the only one that managed to escape the fallen Styxia. Yeah, and we see how everyone around Iceland's died and turned to a monster, right? A black tide creature, and of how she essentially kind of when something experienced something similar to Finan, right? Because how the black tide attacked Finan's homeland, and he had ended up having to kill his family. Well, his his fellow, well, his family. The people he knew, his whole village. Um, Helak, Iceland's went through something similar, right? Yeah. So she escaped the ruined city, and then she left, right? And as she was escaping, she I guess encountered Sarija, right? Who came to Stixia because she learned that Stixia was being destroyed, right? But now, but because Stixia was ended up being destroyed, uh, Iceland essentially ends up siding with and decides that Sarija is kind of like her new home, right? And in return, Sarija promised that Iceland will always have a feast, right? Because the reason why Iceland wants a feast is because that's kind of what the sea sirens did, right? So it's kind of like carrying on the tradition, right? Or like carrying on the culture, right? Yeah, and we kind of see more, let's say, how the bit of more of the past between Sarija and Iceland here. Because yeah, this is all just learning more about the two characters, right? And we see of how not how obsessed she was with feasts, but of how important it meant to her, right? How is Sarija still alive? This is in the past, right? So we're seeing happens what happened to Sarija and Hysolent after after we died, right? Well, after we were locked away. So we're seeing what happens, right? And I believe this is the uh them heading towards the vortex of Genesis, right? So we're gonna end up seeing the trial that Sarija had to complete, the trial of Thalaton, the trial of law that she had to pass. Oops, sorry. And I guess this is also, I guess because we're essentially watching a dream, right? We're experiencing Heislin's dream, right? And here's like the Imperator's dead, the Imperator's dead, my heart is dead, right? And we end up, I guess, learning why she died, right? And the further we go on, the further we find out of what exactly happens. Yeah, because this is basically what happened while we were being imprisoned. Right, so we find the entrance to the Vortex of Genesis, and since they managed to get the trial when they entered the Vortex of Genesis, they learned that, and this is when you know how I said that how it was said that Tsuruja had to kill 500 Crisis heirs for her trial. Yeah, this is when it happens, right? Of how she, had to do that, right? To complete the trial. Because she had to complete the trial so they could so that they could so that Herta and Screwlum could edit the ultimate protocol. Mm. And we find out that Sarija did this, but she ensured that Hyselins wasn't here when it happened, right? Yeah. Yeah, because this is the trial that Sarija was given. The one who wishes to bear the law must purge this world of its curse and offer the blood of the cursed as sacrifice. So yeah, it's not like she wanted to kill the 500 Crisis heirs. It's more in the sense that she was forced to, right? To kill the 500 Crisis heirs. So it's kind of like, can't you really blame Sarija? Because it's kind of like the same of how Polixia, right? Castor's sister. For Polixia to become the Death Titan, she had to kill her sister, Castor's. It's very much, yeah, it's very much a similar thing. So, yeah, they were just forced, right? Yeah. Although, I guess, and I guess, although Hyselins understands, I guess, I wouldn't say that Hyselins understands why she does it. It doesn't mean that, let's say, she likes it, right? Because it kind of makes it seem as if Suricha didn't care about the people who followed her, right? Yeah. Which, I guess could be argued that she didn't really care, right? Because she saw things as the means to an end. And essentially, this is kind of like you could say that Hyselins became disillusioned of Suricha, right? That now, after when Suricha completed the Child of Law, the rest that she did was just, because they shared a common goal, right? And this is where, yeah, just before the entrance to um, the Vortex of Genesis. And this is where, I guess, Siri Hyselins, uh, I guess, kind of sealed Lygus, right? But also, it's Lygus, I guess, us finding out that Hyselins is the one that killed Sarija. That it wasn't that Sarija was assassinated by someone, but it's actually that Hyselins was the one that killed her, right? Because you drove your blade into a heart that's loyal subject and regicide, a demigod committing deicide. Also, the history books paint that tragedy. Sealed. In order to prevent, let's say, Lygus from doing any more, um, Hyselins put herself to sleep, but at the same time, she forced Lygus's physical body to fall asleep. So he couldn't physically do anything. But because he has admin permissions, he could still, like, hologram himself to other places. And the moment we wake up Hysolence, he will also wake up at the same time. Yeah, because basically she imprisoned herself, but also imprisoned him. And so we have to wake Hysolence up from her slumber. And which we managed to do, right? We end up finding the Vortex of Genesis, which was inside Styxia, and wake up Hysolence, right? We find her and we wake her up. So we can complete the Aeronova. But as soon as we wake her up, the other fuck also wakes up, right? How do we complete this cycle? We complete the cycle by actually completing the Aeronova, by actually starting Genesis. Since whatchamacallit? Since supposedly everyone has completed the trial. No, he doesn't. He killed the demigods, but they had already completed their trials, right? So all of them are already lit up. The only one that's missing is Kefle, which we have. So all we need to do now is just put in Kefle's core flame and start the Aeronova, and if everything goes to plan, the Iron Tomb's completion will start to decrease. So yeah. So it's an easy mission. It's just that since Hysolence woke up, he's now also awake. So now he is going to go on the offensive now. And is going to try and kill us. And I guess this is also where he kind of reveals who he is. He went full Jojo. Yeah, he literally goes full Jojo. Yeah. Yeah, this is just saying specifically what Scepter Amphoris is, right? Because the Emperor Scepters was something that the Emperor created, right, to try and imitate Nous, right? But this scepter, which Amphoris is, like, it is actually is originally a part from Nous, and because it was originally a part of Nous, is why it has the capability to destroy Nous, right? And I guess it reveals out who exactly he is, about how his name is Xander. I can't remember what his full name is. Xander. Come on. What is his name? I guess it also shows that after he died as Xander, he split his. He kind of like split his mind up into like different bodies, and all of them try to figure out a way to destroy Nous, because that's what he wants to do. He wants to destroy Nous. His greatest work, but also his greatest failure. Yeah. Xander One Kuwabara. That's his full name. Xander One Kuwabara. Right. And to make sure he gets what he wants, he, you know, as he said, he goes full JoJo. And he gets a really nice theme. Like, cause freaking like Lycus's theme is like actually really good. Yeah, like his theme is actually pretty good. Like it was actually surprisingly pretty good. Like, cause I remember like first hearing it, and it's like, oh damn, hold up. Like it's a really good theme. Right, and then we fight him, but you know, um, even if we can beat him, because he's got admin privileges, it doesn't matter, right? Because he would just rewind everything. Oh, so no, I'm wrong here. We use the power of remembrance, basically, to repeat the moment. It's not that he repeats it, that we repeat the same moment over and over again. Essentially, we try to store him, right? And if we can store him in, if we can manage to store Ligers while here, it means he can't be in the Exomyth, right? Which gives Herta and Screwdom an opportunity to mess with the scepter itself, right? Yeah, because the plan then we can entrap him in the same kind of cycle as the heroes were within. We can get him to experience basically go and experience an endless recurrence himself, right? So yeah, we essentially put Lycus into a loop himself, right? Using the power of remembrance, since we still have the book. And yeah, and this is where like Sarene put herself in, right? She put herself into Ornyx so she can wait for the time when to act to get this in motion, right? And I think this is where Sarene becomes big Sarene, right? No, it's not here. Is it? No, it's not here. It's not here. But this is just us using the power of remembrance to restart everything, right? How's she always with us? Well, she's always two ways. One via the as I've written, but two is that she hit herself in Ornyx, right? Until this moment. And it is us essentially repeating the same moment and trapping Lygus until Lygus pauses what's happening inside and comes to the Exomyth himself. Alright. Because he notices that, okay, something's happening, right? Why the fuck is this repeating? Right? And so now he is kind of trapped here, right? How is Cyrene though? Now that is the question, right? How is Cyrene here, right? Obviously, it's kind of showing that Cyrene is a bit more than what actually is, right? But you don't really notice, right, at this point. And so they have now that now what's his name? Now Lycus is being sold by Cyrene, Herta, and Screwdom. It gives us the opportunity to actually start the Aeronova, right? Because all of the core flames are here. So we can actually start it, right? And head into Genesis. And I guess this is the last message that Syresia left to Hycelands. Well, no. Oh, no, I guess it's just her imagination, rather, right? Yeah. And I guess we see why. I guess another reason why Syresia, let's say, goes with the plan, right? Because she essentially kind of like experiences our experience, right, of the vast sky, right, of the beyond the sky, and why she chooses to not just stay in um Amphorius, right? Because she sees our journey, right? Our journey in uh Belobog, our journey in Fenacony, like our whole journey, right? And I guess she kind of sees what like Amphorius looks like, right? Through our memories. And then we find out the real reason why Syreeta actually died. It wasn't because, let's say, the trial, right? Because the trial allowed her to fully become the demigod of time. But the actual reason why she died was because the cost of rewriting the ultimate protocol, right? Yeah. Because the cost of the ultimate protocol is as long as the sacrifice equal weight, I can rewrite the laws of this world, right? And the equal weight to rewrite that is her death. One ruler changed for one life of one demigod. Yeah. Who let her do that? Who let what? Who let who do that? Yeah. So she essentially has to sacrifice herself so she can change the law, which is the reason why she died. Actually died here. How does she get that idea? Because at this point, she completed the trial of law, right? So she is the demigod of law. So she's able to access basically more of the power of law and able to see the ultimate protocol. But for her to be able to change the ultimate protocol, because it's law, right? So one thing for another, equivalent exchange, basically. For her to be able to rewrite the ultimate protocol, she has to pay the price, and the price of this is her life, right? The life of a demigod. What did she rewind it? What did she rewind it to? Yeah. What did she write it to? Basically they rewrote it. She would have rewritten it the way Hertha and Skrulin would have taught her to, which would be to change the Iron Tomb code. So instead of it going to 100%, it will start basically moving back. So it's currently at 99%. So it would move back to 98%, 97%, right? Essentially stopping Iron Tomb. Yeah. And yeah, this is where Syreeta died. She died for the sake of the Crisis journey, right? This is the scene. This is essentially the scene. And people are cheering for her death because she was technically a tyrant. But obviously, the people also don't know why she did all of this, right? Couldn't she just live on? No, she couldn't live on. Because, like I said, she had the cost to rewrite the law is the has to be something of equal value, which to Ceresia would be her own life, the life of a demigod, the life of an emperor. So she had to die. Like there was no other way to do it. So she chose Hyacinth to do it. She basically told that Hyacinth can't kill her, right? So we don't know that if Hyacinth actually killed her or if Ceresia ended up killing herself. It's kind of like put up into air. It's implied that she did actually kill her. But yeah. So yeah, so that was Hyacinth's and Ceresia's story. And I guess also, I guess this last part was meant to be that Ceresia was giving Hyacinth what Ceresia thought Hyacinth wanted, right? Because Ceresia thought that Hyacinth wanted, to return to an untainted ocean, right? Because her homeland, which was the ocean, was tainted by the black tide, right? And this way, sending her basically giving her a view of the what's it called, Scourge, Dan Heng's place, was fulfilling that promise. But I guess at the end, Iceland's what Iceland was looking for wasn't, let's say, the ocean. It was basically a home, right? After she lost her home. And yeah, that's mostly where 2.3.5 ends, right? Because this is just these three talking to each other. But this is just them three talking to each other. But specifically, what's mentioned here is that now Remembrance is uh, starting to take a lead role, right? That specifically Remembrance and their children specifically meaning the child of Asanavara, right? Meaning March and Cyrene. And then we get this shown this scene, right? Of Avenite and um Dan Heng, right? Showing that they met at some point. And with Avenite implying that Avenite was the original March. Because we know that March lost her memories. But now supposedly Avenite is March's original memories, according to this. Dan Heng. Hmm? But yeah, that is 2.7. Sorry, 2.5. Uh, I feel like didn't he get back to this is before he went to the Express. So this would be um you can say that this is during 2.5, right? During the end of 2.4. So this is like before he went to the Express. Because if you look at it, if you look at the scene, if you look at this scene, you can see that the things are lit up. Yeah, you can see that the things are lit up. which is the same as to when Herta first tried to enter Forest, right? She was stopped by Lagos in a Vortex of Genesis, which also had none of them light up, right? So we can assume that um, Dan Heng is basically in the process of getting out, but he encounters Evernight here. But yeah, that's where 2.5 ends. I would say that while I do enjoy 2.5, 2.5 does suffer an issue of it has to, I guess, introduce two new characters, right? So, sorry, 3.5. Ugh, fucking numbers. 3.5. It like suffers the issue where it has to introduce two new characters, right? Not Cyrene, sorry. Hysolence and Cereja, right? Like they have to introduce the characters, somewhat develop them as much as they can, but they essentially have to kind of like squeeze it all, right? Which can make some parts feel like slightly bloated, right? In comparison to, let's say, like the other Crisis S, where they were around for multiple patches, right? And you got to see them before, they were fully developed. So you already had an idea of what type of character they were. That's why some people don't like 2.5, right? Because it's a lot, but it also they can't put in too much for both Hysolence and Cereja, right? Because they also have to move on the plots. So I feel like that's kind of like where 3.5 suffers a bit, right? Which is also like, I don't know. It's also like like a weird slight dip in the Euphoria story, because even though I still enjoy it, I can still see that in comparison to, let's say, 3.6 and 3.4, which this is in between, it does in a way feel worse than both of those other chapters, right? Especially if you like come up from 3.4, right? Where 3.4 ends at such a high note, but then 3.5 feels, I guess it feels much worse because of that, right? Although I still like very much enjoy 3.5, 3.5 has to come off at a point after 3.4, right? And unfortunately, 3.4 ends at a good point, right? Which then kind of makes 3.5 feel worse, right? Even if it's not really, right? But yeah, I mean, it's still pretty good, right? Because, like I said, right, this story is rolling even more. It like basically go through the last cycle quite quickly, but that doesn't really matter, right? Because it's also further expanding on Lygus, right? We see Lygus' real identity. We finally see March again, right? And yeah, we kind of see like how the story has uh further developed, right? So yeah, I would say 3.5 is still pretty. It's still pretty schmeedy. It's still pretty good. Okay. What time is it? It's 9. What the? How the hell is it 9? Hmm. Okay, Chad, give me like a minute so I can go take a piss. Be back, chat. Okay, back. 3.6 tomorrow. I am considering starting 3.6 today. No, doing 3.6 for like the next hour and then finishing it off tomorrow, right? Yeah, I feel like I saw 3.6. That sucks. Uh, does it? I guess it does, right? Because tomorrow we'll also be watching the two live streams, right? So it also feel like disjointed, right? That means 3.7 will have to be on Saturday if we do 3.6 tomorrow, the whole thing. I guess. Yeah, I would be quite disjointed if we do it like that. You are indeed correct. It's not 1 hour of Impact That story. Shut the fuck up. If I start the Impact That story, we are not doing 3.6 and 3.7 until I finish the Impact That story. So no. Because actually, even if I start the Impact That story, we will only really get um what, like 10 minutes in, if I'm being honest, because I'm going to be doing like a freaking 50-minute recap of like a 50 minutes to like an hour recap of what the hell happened so far in part 2. So yeah, no. I know myself. Like if I start chapter 10, I wouldn't spend like a freaking hour or so recapping chapter 9 and chapter 9 EX from 1.0. I can do that. But that would take long. That would take like an entire stream, going from 1.0 to 10, and that's me like doing like recaps. A giga TLDR. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a that's a lot. No. Okay, I guess hold up. Since we have like an hour, you know what? Let me actually start making some progress on this freaking on where is it? Currency Wars. Actually, wait. Currency Wars, or should I do the new Apocalyptic Shadow? Hold up. There's like either one. Do I want to do the Apocalyptic Shadow? Do Abyss. Uh, Fantilia and the fucking Beetle. Weakness. Oh, of course, his weakness broken. Memory spread, skill damage, and ultimates. Okay. Sure. Ice, quantum, physical. Hmm. Wait, isn't it just hold up. Why am I overthinking this? Isn't this like just wait, hold up. Okay, I just realized I have Cyrene in like a lot of teams. Um this one is just this, right? Okay, let me freaking move your bum out of here and put her. The Ravager lady. Yeah, the Ravager lady. Yeah, this side is just this. I guess if I had Evernight, I would put Evernight here, but no Evernight. Um, when there are 2, 3, or 4 remembrance characters in the team, increase the damage the target receives by 5, 10, 20, respectively. Okay, then. Just no. How many? 1, 2, 3. We have 3 remembrance characters. Wait, we have 4 remembrance characters here. Hold up, I just realized this is a 4 remembrance team. Oh wait, no. Never mind, it's a 3. Chibi is Harmony, right? She's not Remembrance. Hertha. Imagine having Hertha. I don't have Hertha. No, this side. What are the buffs here? When targets deal damage to enemy inflicted with dots. Is it dot sides? Oh, it is a dot sides. Wait, but there's no physical weakness. Ultimate or basic attack? Could just put a freaking I could just do this side as a Aglaya side. I could just put Aglaya here. But actually let's just do dots here. Okay, hold up. Why the hell do I have you in so many teams? Who's the other one that I have here? I guess I can put Dan Hung? Yeah, Dan Hung works here. Not an Evernight fan. Why didn't I get Evernights? Oh, that's why I didn't get Evernights. I put for Hycelands, so that kind of like broke me, made me dirt poor. And then Cyrene was, you know, after Hycelands, after Evernight, right? So, and I kind of wanted to get Cyrene's weapon too, right? So, you know, I skipped the whole of 3.6. I didn't pull at all in 3.6. That's why. That's why. I mean, Evernight seemed fine, right? I'm not saying like Evernight's bad or anything. It's just that priorities. When I saw that that Cyrene was actually in 3.7, well, Evernight took the boots, literally. Okay. But this team would be, if I had Evernight, my freaking Custer's team would be a bit too strong, if I would say so myself. Because Jesus Christ. Because this team is kind of ridiculous. It's kind of annoying that Chibi doesn't count as Remembrance. But I guess it's fine. Oh, right, this guy has like so many freaking defense balls, doesn't it? I just E again, right, to get as many stacks. Okay. We just send it. God, I hated this for such a long time because I didn't have the correct team for this. I still can't believe so many people put that she would be tier 5. Wait, hold up. Who is it actually here? Is it Hyson's, right? I mean, Hyson. She already had heart. Wait, did she? Wait, why the hell did she have hearts? I'm so confused. Why did she have hearts? Wouldn't already had been customers who had heart there? It gives 2. Oh. Oh, so it gives you randomly. Okay, I see. I thought it was only one. Okay. I see. Look at all the numbers, all these shiny big numbers. It's gonna break, and then we can. Okay. I guess I just let it rip? Yeah. Phase 2. We got to see how Naxa killed Ligers. What? The hell are you talking about? We got to see how Naxa killed. I'm confused. What? When the hell do we get to see that? I don't remember that ever happening. What the hell did the Naxa kill Ligers? Well, I mean, he pissed him off, if anything. How was a Naxa just led with a head later on? Are you talking about in 3.7? Oh, I guess that is technically a Naxa killing Ligers. But it's more like Liger's ripping out his own head to escape a Naxa. But yeah, I mean, I guess. I guess technically you can call that a Naxa doing that himself. You wouldn't be wrong to say that. Hold up. You know what? Hold up. Crucify me. Ooh, it's been a long time since I've heard this song. Okay. Do I want to E here? No. If because I didn't feel dispel CC and debuffs the memory sprites. No one has done any CCs. Okay, let's hope Sirene's outblast them. HSR becoming the most free-to-play friendly. I mean, I wouldn't say that HSR is the most free-to-play, but it's not as bad as a lot of people make it seem to be. Like, a lot of people make it seem to be as if HSR, like, endgame is completely, like, pay to win. It's not really. You just have to make sure to make smart decisions, right? Which I feel like it's fine. Because there's like obvious signs of when like you should provoke characters, but like a character's worth pulling, right? Ooh, I love it when she does the double. Oi, 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 what do you think you're doing? It was rough when they introduced pure fiction, had to do audition characters. I guess, but I feel like wasn't the bread and butter for pure fiction at the start literally just running Hurts and Himiko, right? I mean, to an extent it still kinda is. But yeah, I mean, like at the start, pure fiction was a pain in the ass. Because who the hell invested into audition characters? And then who the hell had Jing Yuan? Because imagine putting for Jing Yuan. The hell is wrong with you? But yeah, like at the start it was like a pain in the ass, but thankfully over time it did get better, right? Oh. I'm surprised I made a dot side for this, to be honest. I'm very surprised by that. CEO of Lofu. Yep. The CEO of the Lofu. Why the hell would I use it on her? I guess it's because she's a Designator, right? I can see it. Okay. Giga Tilde of Penacony. Giga Tilde of Penacony. What will be a Giga Tilde of Penacony? We were invited to Penacony. Penacony is the land of dreams. So we go to bed and go into a dream. It's basically kind of like Las Vegas Disneyland, right? So it's kind of like meant to be a very chillax place. We're chilling. We're exploring around. We have a dream of someone called Acheron, but it's like a very weird dream. We believe that we're killed by her in the dream, but we, in reality, it's not. We meet a array of characters, from a gambler, a scholar, a crazy girl with a gun, Sparkle. We meet none of the Stellar Hunters, Sam, who is someone we met called Firefly. And Firefly then got killed, and we get very sad because she got killed inside Penacony, so we think she's dead. And Sunday's very sus. That's a Giga TLDR of 3.0. Sorry, 2.0. Bet you know Sam's identity from the moment we met him. Not even then, by the way. I knew of Sam's identity when they revealed Penacony. Don't I am no freaking tourist here. They literally showed you Sam's identity from White Knight. What do you mean? Wait. Okay, so when they released the trailer, right? Because it was the whole of 2.0, and I was really excited because of they revealed Acheron, right, for Penacony. So I was like really excited. So when 2.0 came out, I Giga looked at this trailer, right? Because it showed Penacony, right? And they essentially tell you that Firefly is Sam, right? Because whenever Firefly appears, right, obviously here we don't know who Firefly is, or that this is Firefly. Actually, no, we do know that her name's Firefly, right? Because they revealed all the characters. But whatchamacallit? Where is it? Like you literally see this in, right? And Firefly's falling down, and you see Firefly's colors already, right? She already has that green, grayish color aspect to her, right? And hold up, when does he show up? Yeah, when Sam shows up, because this is also the first time we see Sam, right? And Sam already has Firefly's colors, right? He already has that green aesthetic with that green gray aesthetic to him, right? But also, who was the one that was falling down when there was only one person that was falling down in the whole of this arc, right? Right, it's they give you hints already that who she is, right? Because you can see that she's like holding something, right? You can see that she's like holding something here. Obviously, it's like extremely blurry, and you can't tell what the hell she's holding here. Right? You can tell she's holding something, but you can't really tell exactly what it is. And like, they put like the importance of Sam and the importance of Fireflies is like, you can make connections, right? You can make connections that she is, that they're, you know, the same character. Obviously, you don't know until, you know, the end, until when it's actually revealed. But it was like, people already had an idea of that Firefly was Sam, right? He didn't have wings till she got revived. Who? Firefly? No. Firefly had those wings for a long time. Firefly has had those wings since she awakens in her animated short. Where is it? Where is the Firefly one? Because Firefly got those wings in... Bro, where is it? I saw it was like a highly viewed one. I swear the Firefly... Oh, yeah, no, this is the Mirror Celestial one, not this one. I swear it was always number one. Wait, what the fuck is it? Okay, I'm gonna have to... Unless I'm blind and I missed it. Bailu, version 2.0, beta, Blade trailer. Okay, Rondo, yeah. Am I blind? Okay, let me just search animated shorts. Where is the Firefly one? Where the fuck is the Firefly one? Oh, here it is. Like, she gets the wings here in this animated short, which is before the start of the story, right? Because she gets the wings here. And this is before she joins the what are they called again? The Celeron Hunters, right? But you're like, you already given like a lot of hints that Firefly was Sam. And it's also very curious that Sam only appears after Firefly dies, right? So it's like very like, But also like, I don't know. I don't know. Firefly as a character is fine. It was just very annoying of how they very much tried to push the, I guess essentially like the girlfriend experience with her, right? Because we spent like such little, we didn't really spend like a lot of time with her, right? Obviously we spent some time with her, so we like formed somewhat of a connection. But also, how do I say it? It felt like they tried to force the feeling that the Firefly's death feeling too early. Because I feel like it would have been better if maybe Firefly died in 3.1 rather than 3.0. Right? Then it maybe have felt... No, then maybe I myself maybe would have felt a bit more sad about her dying, right? In when she died, right? But I don't know. It felt like too premature, if that makes sense. I'm not watching the 4.0 trailer. What do you mean? What 4.0 not watching it here? You I mean, I will be honest, like when they freaking Forest trailer came out. No, the first one was too vague. Because I kept trying to make connections to Elysian Realm, right? Because obviously there was like a lot of connections to it. But also the Forest trailer didn't show too much. Right? Well, I would say that I guess the Penacony one didn't show too much, right? But it also kind of like, I feel like they were meant that the Firefly reveal was meant to be like a big reveal, but it wasn't. But because of what they showed in the, you know, in the White Knights trailer, it wasn't too much, right? Well, for me, anyways. Well, for the Amphorius one, they really didn't show too much, right? And so you couldn't really figure out this stuff about the eternal recurrence until, you know, later on when you actually played it. Watching trailers ain't worth. I mean, I like watching. I mean, I can see that, right? Because technically, trailers can spoil stuff, right? Which, you know, they do. But I don't know. I enjoy it for the fact that to try and see what I can get from the trailer. That's why I enjoy the trailers. What was Akron's mission? Akron came to Penacony because she was delivering. She was basically kind of like delivering stuff for the person she was sent off before she came to Penacony. How Honkai is this Honkai game? What? Star Rail? Hmm. Oh. I would say. I mean, you always trying to find out in trailers. I mean, I won't deny that. I just like looking. I just like looking for things. You can't blame me for that. I would say that HS has like 40% Honkai, if that makes sense. Okay. Is it like 40% Honkai and then like you can say like the 60%, another 40% would be similar to like let's say Genshin, and then 20% its own, if that makes sense. No Yata and Laofu. Well, wait until the Laofu storyline gets expanded on. I doubt it be. It'll probably be expanded on in maybe 4.x or something, right? How's Genshin Honkai? What do you mean? What do you mean by how's Genshin Honkai? If you were to say, let's say, oh, for what Star Rail? I would think like the way like someone presents itself and somehow handles its characters right and narrative. Because if it was like more Honkai, I would follow a more, let's say, closer cast of characters, right? And while it does do that with, let's say, the actual Express, that's specifically with, let's say, Dan Heng, Trailblazer, and March, right? But the thing is, while Trailblazer is technically their own character, I wouldn't say she's like fully their own character, if that makes sense. Because Trailblazer is still meant to act as a self-insert. Which I think like at this point I'm kind of like fine with it, right? But I don't know. For me, Trailblazer, while Trailblazer is enjoyable, she doesn't hit that mark for me for, let's say, like a main character, right? She doesn't like give me like the same feeling like Kiana has given me, right? Or like how even Dreamseeker has given me, right? Because even though technically you could argue that Dreamseeker is also meant to act, let's say, as a self-insert, Dreamseeker has literally their own character. The only self-insert thing about Dreamseeker that you can argue is just that you get to name them. That's it. Which Genshin story was the best and why was it Fontaine? Oh, I mean Fontaine is really good. Like I cannot I don't think anyone can deny that Fontaine is really good. Cause like it's very because Fontaine is like extremely character focused, right? With like Farina, like the rest of the cast. I mean I guess you could argue that the two characters, because there's two characters in Fontaine which don't really matter in the whole story, and that being Siegeween and Chlorinde, because I feel like technically Fontaine could read the Fontaine story can kind of work without those two, right? Because yes, Chlorinde has, let's say, the connection to Navia, but that connection really doesn't really play out, is not that important in my opinion in the for the Fontaine Archon quest. And even though Chlorinde is technically the champion, Fontaine's champion, Chlorinde will level what? Chlorinde acts as a protection against the Primordial Sea, but freaking Riosly literally just freezes it, right? And, you know, creates a barrier for it, so she doesn't really do too much for it. And it's not like Chlorinde fights against the Narwhal either, right? So, and it's not like the Fatui were like an active force in, like an active detrimental force in Fontaine, right? And Siegeween, I mean, I guess she acts as the nurse in the prison arc, but she doesn't really have such a important role. Yes, she, you know, has her bits, but not really, right? Like the most important character in the prison was obviously Riosly, right? And yeah, the prison arc was meh. Like that's the one down part about the Fontaine, the prison arc. Because I feel like if the prison arc didn't stay, it's like if the prison arc was maybe shorter, then it could be better. But it's still pretty good, Fontaine. Okay, detonating. Did this shit give me SP? So what was Akron's mission? What? 2.1. Do you want the Giga TLDR of it? I mean, I might as well just give it a Giga TLDR, right? Because I did that for 3.0. I guess 3.1. Well, where did 3.1 start with? From? Let me try to remember. Hold up, one sec, chat. Yes. Hold up. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Extremely 3-hour detail. This stream is not going for another 3 hours. Fuck off. I mean, I'll do a quick TLDR for 3.1 since I did that for 3.0. Sorry, 2.1 since I did that for 2.0. Let me try and remember what the hell 2.1 starts off from and where it ends. It's the adventuring stuff, right? Yeah. And 2.1 starts off from... Alright, because 2.0 ended with, let's say, us finding out that Robin... Well, that Sunday finding out that Robin was also killed. And so Sunday's like... Basically sounds extremely vengeful. Bring up the video. No. There is no video because I wasn't streaming. I didn't start streaming until I think 2.4 or 2.3 for HSR. So I wouldn't have streamed the end of Penacony. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure. I think it would have been 2.4 or 2.3. Hold up. HSR 2.3. The end of 2.2 is when I would have started, when I started streaming. Because I started streaming on what? I think it was June 6th last year. And that was the end of 2.2. One sec, chat. Why am I getting so many text? One sec, I don't know. One sec. Okay, yeah. I kind of wish, I don't know. And I feel like the longer I've been streaming, the more I think that I kind of wish I started streaming earlier. Right? If anything, just for the sake to like say as a for it to act like a journal, if that makes sense, more than anything. But I don't know. I don't think like, let's say, as you've written, maybe something like that, right? But I don't know. I don't think like that before. Yeah, I don't think I would have been, let's say, in like the best of headspace before I started to stream. That would have been, let's say, like the best decision, right? Even though, to be honest, I technically started streaming on a whim, so because like, I mean, like I said, right, like I've said before, right, the only reason I even started streaming was just, you know, to see how it is, right? Like, if I enjoy it, I'll do another one. If I don't, I mean, at least I saw how it is, right? And surprisingly, to myself, I've enjoyed streaming way more than I ever imagined I would. Because I very much imagined that after like maybe the first one or two streams, I would have been, oh, okay, that's it. That's then like, whatever, right? It's not for me. Amazing kept up with so many hate watches. I don't know. I guess that's because I guess with streaming, it's mainly just me, if anything, just saying what's in my mind without filtering out too much, right? Because in most cases, I like have thoughts in my mind, but usually just don't bother, let's say, like expressing them, right? Because I can't be honest, right? And I guess streaming provides, let's say, as a outlet to do that for me. And besides, yeah, I mean, there's not like really anything else there. What the hell is this? In phase 2, summons the max. Oh, it just gets more HP. I mean, it should be like fine if I just auto this, right? While I can leave this auto while I figure out what the hell 2.1 started off with. I guess I can hold up. HSR 2.1 story. Because it was the Akron thing. Alright, that's where 2.1 started off with. Did you have any lore watchers? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by did you have any lore watchers? Well, I didn't have people who watched for lore. Oh, who were interested in stories at all? Like from the people who like comment to chats and who I've interacted with, I feel like it's predominantly been for Impact Thirds. And I guess, yeah, predominantly for like Impact Thirds. Because what I've also noticed is that a lot of, let's say, the people who, like I guess I've interacted with while streaming, a lot of them are just mainly focused on like what character to pull on. Like, is this character good? Like, what, like, is this build good, right, for them, right? There's been like one or two, let's say, who've been like, let's say, attentive with story, right? Yeah, because I feel like a lot of people, like, let's say, play gacha games. I'm not sure, I don't feel like a lot of them are too interested in the story, let's say. And obviously some are, and those who are, like, are interested, right? But from the understanding that I've gotten is that a lot of them just play for the characters that they like, right? It's been I guess it's been an interesting, let's say, I want to say experience. Yeah, I mean, I guess anything experience in seeing of how people prioritize different things for these games. And unfortunately, I'm someone who, let's say, it's kind of like a mix of all, but with a unnecessary interest in story. Because if I wasn't interested in story of like these games, I would just skip all of them, right? And it would make my life so much easier. Because then I wouldn't be doing like 8 hour story stream, or be doing like a freaking week-long consecutive streams of going over the Euphoria storyline, right? It would make my life so much easier because then I wouldn't be behind so much stuff, right? But unfortunately, I have that that itch in my head for story. But yeah, okay, so let's see. 2.1, 2.1, 2.1. So I guess 2.1 started off from directly where 2.0 ended off, right? After learning that Robin is dead. That someone killed Robin. Oh my god. I don't believe people who said they read the stories and then started hating it a lot. They obviously didn't get it. I mean, if you're talking specifically about, let's say, Twitter, it's like an 80% chance that they didn't even fucking read it, right? And they're just getting an opinion from some other content creator or something like that, or, you know, other people's, let's say, stuff, right? Because you also have to remember that Twitter is just like, let's say, you can believe like maybe a few people in terms of what they say, right? Because I feel like the people who like post a lot on Twitter, like some people end up, let's say, kind of like making the focus to make it so that the post or whatever they post gets as much traction, right? Even if let's say they're not, let's say, trying to monetize it with Twitter Blue or I guess X Premium X, but they just start to, let's say, fall into the hole of, let's say, oh, people took my opinion. Oh, maybe if I like make a more ridiculous opinion or like, let's say, go against the grain, like number go up, right? That's how like have seen Twitter become even more and more of over time, right? That's why I've kind of like made it so that my For You on Twitter is mostly art. It's mostly art in my freaking For You, which is like very nice. Drama is meta right now. I mean, it's literally been meta since like it's been drama has been meta since the dawn of the press. Because unfortunately, everyone loves to look at drama, myself included. Can't feel anything, might as well feel hate. I mean, maybe. Yeah, it's like, well. But what's the Akron story? Okay. Basically 2.0 starts off from, you know, after finding out that Robin is dead. Oh my god, oh no. And, you know, we still sad about Firefly dying, so people are dying when people are not meant to be dying in Penacony, so it's like, huh, what is happening? Like, where's the Penaconian defense? Like, what is this BS? I want a refund. I don't want to stay in this hotel anymore, right? But, you know, we have to figure out why people dying, right? And we want, let's say, vengeance for Firefly's death, right? And I guess I forgot to say this, right? But you know how we were sent by, I guess, how we met Sam? Basically, we escaped from Sam because Akron basically held Sam off, right? And we essentially see the aftermath of that. We kind of see that, oh, Akron also kind of like dealt with the Annihilation Gang because she kind of like one-tapped Duke Inferno and we got a set from his remains, which is still like the funniest thing, by the way. That the freaking follow-up set, the first one we got for that, is just Duke Inferno's remains. But yeah, the freaking like Akron talks to Sam, like they like have it kind of like a talk about why do things, right? Of like why do they dream, right? And so since people are dying, you know, we meet up with the rest of the Astral Express. So with Weld, Himiko, March, and Dan Hang, right? To figure out, okay, what's happening? Like, maybe we should try and get contact with Sunday, right? And maybe he can, like, tell us stuff, right? Maybe, right? Because, like, Sunday is, like, the leader of Penacony. He's in charge. So he should know what to do, right? So... But first we need to gather information, right? So everyone splits up, and then, shock surprise... Like, God, I wish it like... God, I wish I was streaming when this happens. But we got the... We got the moment when Weld meets Akron, right? Because I remember when this moment happened, it was like, ah! I was like... But I was like, because I really thought that that maybe they don't do this right, they don't make them interact right, but they actually did, right? And then the fact that they actually go into depth about, you know, the similarities and the variant stuff, right? It's like, oh shit, okay, I didn't expect them, right, to actually do this, right? And it also didn't help that the Mirror Celestia trailer for Akron was pretty much a what kind of like a what if May got a bad ending, right? What was supposed to happen? Wait, what do you mean? But yeah, essentially they kind of like talk to each other. Was it? Yeah, essentially. Oh my god, I am because I remember when this fucking Meteor Celestial trailer came out and I was like, wait, hold up, because I spent like a good maybe like 2 hours like going over the video multiple times. Not live videos. Popular. It was like up here. Yeah, here it is. Because I mean, what even was it? What even was it? It's literally like very much like a very close to one to like the Impact Earth story, which anyone who didn't, let's say, know anything about Impact Earth, this like went extremely over their head. Everyone who knew the Impact Earth storyline was like eating good when this dropped. Wait, hold up, let me freaking lower Sage Starro. It is a tad loud for me. I was literally bat chesting when this happened. I was like, oh. But obviously, you know, she looks very similar to May here. Especially when she has the horns, right? Because she looks extremely uncanny to Hush of Thunder, right? Because she goes like 13 Sentinels to the 12 Sentinels, so she's like, Hushers? There's technically 12 Hushers. There's versus Truth, which is like, hold up. Because Reason becomes Truth, because, you know, Hush of Truth with Bronya. It is an ending that continues from the same... No. It's meant to be that, because the thing with variants is meant to be that people who share similar fates, they're not the same person, but they share similar fates. And it's basically of how Akron is essentially a variant of May, meaning that she will share a similar fate that May experienced. It's just that in this fate of Akron, it's different from May's fate, right? Because, you know, we know obviously with Impact Third, they essentially had more or less what some would call a happy ending, right? Because they managed to, you know, fight back against the Honkai. But for Acheron, even though they did manage to fight back against the, I guess, I can't remember what she calls it, but essentially the Honkai, her ending resulted with everyone dying. Right? You see, Truth, we should always create miracles, deconstruction of all, which is essentially the same power as, you know, the Hush of Reason. Sky, you can see the freaking portals, like the void portals. Yep. How, which is thunder, Hush of Thunder. Wind, the Hush of Wind. Yep. So, and that looks like Wendy's Wings, Frost. Yep, Rhymestar, because they go with Frost and Earth at the same time. Yep. Also, that kind of looks like also this looks like Yaya's weapon, right? The Frozen Nakara, but also, you know, with the Sakura tree in the back, which is like, yeah. What was a non-Impact Third players meant to think? Non-Impact Third players were just meant to think, oh, this is like really cool. Those are like some nice imagery, right? And understand like what Akron went through, right? They weren't gonna get any of the connections, like at all. Like it's impossible to get them. And then sixth being the Hush of Death, and, you know, Death being rebirth for Seelie, which is why there's a freaking red, black and white sword here, right? Which is why there's two. the reindeer for Herschel Rebirth, how she has the reindeer. Yep, life and death. Like you see, like yep. Flame, Herschel Flamesion, Herschel of Sentience, Herschel of Earth. Herschel form is Herschel of Domination. Herschel of Binding, Bind is Binding. Mo is Herschel of Corruption. Yep. And then this is meant to be more or less, let's say, like the Kevin equivalent, right? For her story. One second, chat. 1 second. Oh, what the hell is this? Okay. Stop being fake. No, no, no. Okay, sorry. So yeah. This is like meant to be the, let's say, Kevin's equivalent, right? And then this is how after there's like the other Herschels, right? Goes up to corruption, and then the two fortune to two bearers, which is then like origin and her holding origin, which is like batches of origin, and ends, which is another word for finality, right? The origin and finality. Yeah. Also, like this sword very much looks like her Key of Castaligan, which is the weapon for Herschel of Thunder. Like there's like very little subtle things that Impact third players will notice, and then real. Not, I don't want to say like real Impact third players, but then there's also stuff that, I guess no life Impact third players might notice too, right? And also there's like some music points too. Uh, yeah, and there's like end finality, like killing each other, right? And then at this point, is it at this point? Yeah, there's it's like this key, this key, this key, this key. You see the the. Yeah, this is the melody from it's the same section from Lament of the Fallen, right? Like it uses the melody of the Lament of the Fallen here, right? Because I think even when it goes into here, hold up. Wait 1 sec. Because I know there was like also like other sections which were similar in terms of like say like music. Because it wasn't just that; there was like more, but I can't remember all of them. Yeah, there was like this was like a treat. This was like a treat because I swear, like if I had like been streaming at this point, I'm pretty sure I would have just literally done a whole stream of just going over this trailer. It's like, oh boy, it was a good one. It was a good one that came out. Oh, it's done. Cool. Yeah, okay, I could have just what's that needs. What the fuck were we doing? Oh my god, I literally forgot what the hell we were doing. But what was her mission? Ah, right. Why the fuck are we talking about Penaconi's story? Alright, I was doing like a quick audio. So essentially in 2.1 you learn more about, you know, Aventurian's like past of how he was kind of like supposedly like born, well, not born lucky, right? But he was like given a sacred name which was Kakavasha, and that the planet where he came from was called, I cannot remember I can't remember the life of me, but essentially we kind of learn of what he went through, of how his like homeland was like full of poverty, of how he was like sold as a slave. It is very much also kind of like insinuated that he was pretty much like a sex slave, right? And that he was technically kind of like freed by, well, rescued by Jade, and that he kind of like bet his life on it, right? Is how he basically joined the IPC. So we learn about his story, Aventurine story, that Aventurine and Horatio are sus of Sunday, right? So that like, they tried to get more for Sunday, but Sunday uses his power of harmony to essentially kind of like force Aventurine to play his hand, right? Because Sunday, with the power of harmony, can kind of like put restrictions on someone, right? So she does that to Aventurine, right? And essentially, you know, we're trying to like figure out more stuff, right? About the truth of what's happening in Penacony, right? And the further we go on, the further we kind of realize that things do be a lot of sussy, right? We start to slowly get more and more suspicious of Sunday, but we have like no real, let's say, we're not. He's not, let's say, in like say the main focus just yet, right? And let's say, I guess we see Aventurine like basically go down what he's doing, and we don't really find out about, let's say, uh, let's say, about Akron's mission until 2.3, right? 2.2, right? Because essentially, the whole point of 2.1 is that Aventurine wants to get to like what's actually happening in Penacony. Akron is kind of here to kind of leave the depart, a complete a mission for someone, and 2.1 ends off with a face-off between Akron and Aventurine, right? Aventurine uses the power of the Stonehearts, you know, to try and threaten everyone in Penacony. But Akron, you know, unsheaths her sword and one taps Aventurine. Yeah, she one taps Aventurine. Is it here? Where is it? Yeah, here it is. And I guess the Batches thing was the Batches here was finding out her name, right? Which was Raiden, Bosun, Mary, and Mary, right? And also, you know, where Akron one taps him, Aventurine. Because she literally just does one slash. And yeah. Aventurine goes bye-bye. Aventurine dies. Why did she kill him? Why did you kill him? Because Avenging was about to do this. He was about to kill everyone in Penacony when he was basically going to crush everyone with the coins, right? He was using his follow-up attack. And in order to stop this, why did he want to kill us? Well, because he himself technically wanted to be killed to test something out, right? Because he wanted to see if people who die in Penacony really do just die, right? Since even though, let's say, Robin died in Penacony, they didn't really hear anything like when they went to the Reverie Hotel, right? So are people really dying, or is there like something more hidden, right? So they want to see that more hidden stuff, right? And so it makes you think that Avenging actually does die here, right? But you know, he obviously doesn't die, and he goes to like the deeper within Penacony. And then we see that Sam is actually alive, right? That we get rescued in that moment by Sam. I know, here's a reveal that Sam is Firefly. Oh my god. And we're also made to believe that Galaga is actually the, let's say, the evil one here, right? Because this is where Sunday is supposedly meant to die. Right? So we're meant to believe that, oh, okay, maybe Galaga is actually the evil one and not Sunday, right? It's kind of meant to be like a throw-off, right? And then in 2.2, which is meant to be the climax of Penacony, let me look at 2.2 again. All right, 2.2 is like freaking 8 hours long. I forgot that 2.2 is actually so long too. I guess 2.2 is like when Boot Hill comes into the picture, right? And Boot Hill is like very fun. Boot Hill is a very fun character, right? We gotta do 14 hours. We're not doing a 14-hour recap. We're doing at most like a 5-minute, 10-minute. Because Jesus Christ, I was meant to I have like 10 more minutes left. And so yeah, so 2.2 starts off with, I guess, the Dream Master, who's technically the leader of the. It's not the Alfalfa family. Oh my god! I think it's the leader of the Raven family. I think it's the family which freaking Sunday belongs to. Like, basically tries to get Akron to get the hell out of Penacony, right? Because you know she is a unstable factor that they can't really control, right? Because she's a nominator. So they, you know, try to coerce her to get out. In the meantime, do I ever see the family leaders? No, we never see them. I mean, technically you do. You get to see OT, right? Because OT is a family leader, but you see him, you know, in the epilogue. Then, although we thought that Robin died in 3.2.0, she's, you know, apparently alive in 2.2, and she's like handing out buttons. And then you kind of realize, oh wait, okay, never mind. This isn't Robin. This is Sparkle, right? She's like handing out everyone the buttons randomly, right? It's like, huh? Why is she doing this, right? And then we, so she's just going around Penacony giving people random buttons, right? And then when we wake up after, you know, a Firefly saved us, we end up realizing that you know, that the core of Penacony is actually a Stellaron, right? Stellaron is what kind of like makes up Penacony, right? And that's the actual in between that, you know, the further deep in of Penacony is where we end up, which is, I can't remember what the fuck that's called. What is it called again? The Dream Flux Reef, right? Where You know how Pentagon is meant to be like a Disneyland, is meant to be like a paradise, like Las Vegas, right? It's all glamorous. Well, unless you're a schmuck, you should know that such glamorous stuff can't really only exist. There has to be, like a slums, right? And that's especially essentially what Dream Flux Reef is, right? So yeah, we head to Dream Flux Reef, where we try and find out the truth about the Penacony, right? Because we meet World, because we see that World's also here, but also Mika. Like, I guess I haven't talked about Mika. This whole time we've met, when we entered Penacony, we met a bellboy called Mika. But oddly enough, like, whenever Mika was around, Mika never, let's say, we've because whenever we met Mika, except for like a few occasions when it was just the two of us, in most occasions, we're made to believe that Mika is also interacting with other people. But when you actually look at the scene closer, Mika only ever interacts with us. So the reality is that Mika is not, let's say, like a real person, right? Mika's more like a. Mika is a figure who's only able to be seen by specific people. And what we end up learning is that Penacony, which used to be a prison planet, and then, was saved by some trailblazers. Mika is I want to say like remnants, but not really remnants, right? I guess kind of like remnants of one of those trailblazers, right? And yeah. All right. The main reason why we even came to Penacony, sorry, I should have like mentioned this at the start, was because we kind of got like a signal that a trailblazer is meant to be in Penacony, so we were like came here for for some relaxation, but B, maybe we can also like meet up with them, right? But essentially, we find out that okay, no, those trailblazers have already passed away. Mika was Mikhail, which was the original trailblazer, is the one who like spearheaded for the poor for protection and foundation of Penacony of the Dream World, and that the other two have already passed on, right? And the reason why Akron is here is because Akron met Tiernan, which was one of the other trailblazers, who became a part of the Galaxy Rangers. But once Tiernan died, he asked Akron if she could basically bring back one of his if she could bring back one of the Galaxy Rangers memorials, right, to them in Penacony. That's the main reason why she's even here. And so we find out the truth about Penacony, about Gallagher's connection to Mika, of how he's also kind of like not a real person, right? He's powered by the Enigmata, but he's acting here to protect, what Mika created. And we learn more about Sunday and Robin, of how they're adoptive siblings to the Raven family, if I recall correctly. And we find out about the past, about the fucking charming birds that we hear so many times about. Right? And at this whole time, we're made to believe that the actual villain is the Dream Master, right? The head of the family. And we're meant to sympathize with Sunday, but the more we find out, we end up learning that, oh no, that Sunday was actually the villain all along, that he's working with the Dream Master. Because what Sunday believe from all of Sunday's experiences, that all of Sunday's experiences like made him to believe that people should essentially kind of like live in an illusion, in a rest, right? That they shouldn't really be left up to their own devices, but a device by someone else, right? What was Akron's meeting with World supposed to be for you? I feel like Akron's, because in Belobog, World never met Bronya, right? Or Sealy, right? So I think that Akron's meeting with World was supposed to be like, some and not to impact third players, but also it's meant to more explain the concept of variant in the Honkaiverse. Because in the Lao Fu, when you do Luocha's story, Luocha reacts to, Welt reacts to Luocha, right? Because he very much looks like Otto, and they only briefly touch on the stuff with variants, and it's not until when Akron shows up that it's explained in much more detail about the concept of variants. That's like what I feel is the main reason of the meeting with World and Akron. It's more to give him more of an expose about that. Because I feel like before this point, a lot of people didn't really understand, let's say, the concept of variants and XPs. I feel like it was only after this point that, okay, people like actually understood the meaning behind them, right? Or what exactly they were. Okay. Alright, I guess we find out the big reveal that, Sunday is bad, that what Sunday follows isn't actually the harmony. Instead, what Sunday and Mr. Gopher Woods, which is, the G Master, that they actually follow Anna, the law, right? Which was a Aeon who Harmony absorbed. But obviously it also meant that Anna wasn't fully dead. And that what they wanted to do was bring Anna back, right? And create the a fully complete dream mode, right? And now the problem with that is that yes, everyone is like in a happy dream, but because everyone's living in that happy dream, everyone also has no future because people can't move forward, right? Everyone's stuck in a dream. So while technically Sunday's, let's say, views are, you could argue, are inherently, good, overall it's technically not good, right? Because everyone's stuck in a lie, in a dream, right? In an illusion, right? Since no one has a future in the dream. And so we confront Sunday, we beat Sunday, right? We get the Laofu's help. We get the Laofu's help to beat Sunday, and yippee! We beat Anna, and we're all good now. So everything's good. We can just leave Penacony now, and everyone had a happy ending. Well, no. Yeah, we never beat Sunday. When we were fighting Sunday, as we were fighting Sunday, Sunday used Anna's power to put everyone in a dream, right? So unless someone realizes that they're in a dream, they won't wake up, right? So we have to get everyone. So we need everyone's help to wake up to fight against Sunday, and one of those ways is using Boot Hill's using the thing which Akron brought back, which was a Galaxy Ranger bullet, which is meant to act as a way to which is meant to be like a flare. It's essentially kind of like a flare gun, right? Which is meant to get the attention of all Galaxy Rangers in the galaxy, and is meant to act as a call for help. So they use this as a way to bring in more, let's say, individuals towards Penacony, but these individuals are all, let's say, I don't want to say egotistical, but they're all, let's say, like strong personalities that they're not affected by Enna's dream, which then helps break Enna's dream, right? And so, like, everyone's called, right? All right, this is where you find, yeah, this is where you learn about Tiernan, right? And when you learn about Akron's actual real name, where we find this out. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Is it? Oh yeah, here it is. Like when like when this happened, when she goes, my name, when it goes was like it's a Ryden Bosun Murray Ray, I was like, like I was like 2 point freaking Penacony had like a fair amount of bad chess, if I'm being honest. But like I will say like is like a lot of it was because let's say like Impact Third like references, right? And then this is everyone waking up from the dream, right? This is him calling the Galaxy Rangers, and Akron also using her power to fight against the dream and to wake everyone up from the dream by destroying the dreamscape. Evelyn cluelessly. I mean, yeah, I guess Jugention, right? Because of the Raiden Shogun. Right, and then that's everyone waking up from the dream, and us waking up back to the fight against Sunday. Right, and then, this is us fighting against Sunday and railing him. Yep, we rail Sunday. And then we get the Robin song. And this is everyone waking up from the dream. We beat Sunday. And yeah. And then this ends with a plotline that goes up that hasn't really been resolved yet. They're still ongoing, right? But this is where what's his face? Boothill is looking for Oswald. I can't remember what his name is. Oswald Schneider, right? The head of marketing development, which is literally got brought up again uh in at the end of 3.7. So this is basically something that which Boothill is interested in. Oswald Schneider. And that's essentially Penacony. That is essentially Penacony. I guess you can talk about the epilogue, right? Where Sunday is put into jail. Then he's like released by Jade. Of how we need to deal with the matter with Penacony, with the shares, and that is actually, Himeko gets, I think, 5 or 10% of Penacony shares. And they deal with the button, right? The sparkle button. And that is that before Firefly came to Penacony, she got a prophecy from Elio, right? The cat from the Celeron Hunters, that she will die 3 times in Penacony. And the first one being, I recall, was when she, got killed by the meme, by the meme sprite in, when, she died. The second time was in Enna's dream, because I believe it was that she killed herself to wake herself up from the dream. And the third time is in the epilogue, right? That in order to make it show that, she didn't die, Silverwolf worked with Sparkle to make it so that Firefly's third death was kind of like a fake death, was also a fake death, right? And that was essentially the essence of the Sparkle bombs. She's safe and sound now, right? Well, she's a safer sound as she was before she entered Penacony. So she's still technically stuck in the life pod until her disease is cured. How is Aventurine alive? Aventurine never died. He was just essentially sent to the other side, right? To the Dream Reef. To the Dream Reef. But yeah, that's essentially Penacony. And I guess sorry. And at the end of Penacony, you know, since we're done with Penacony, we need to decide where do we go after Penacony, right? Should we go to Edelstar? Should we go to like Lucasia? And Black Swan is with us and says, how about we head to Amphorius and you know pick up some fuel in Amphorius? Nothing bad will happen there, right? So yeah, that is Penacony in somewhat of a nutshell. Natlan now, fuck you. I mean, I can do Natlan because I did enjoy Natlan, even though a lot of people say that they didn't like Natlan, that Natlan was bad. No, Natlan was actually pretty good. Although I will say that I feel like your experience of Natlan very much depends on whether you've done the tribe quests. If you've done more of the tribe quests and the world quests for Natlan, you will enjoy the Natlan story a lot more. Because I feel like to fully enjoy Natlan, specifically the ending of Natlan, you have to do the tribe quests, all the tribe quests and world quests before you finish Natlan's story. Chaska says Kuichu. Kuikyu? I can't remember her name, but yeah. But yeah. Okay, chat. We'll leave it off here. Jesus Christ, it is 10:30. But yeah, we'll leave it off here today. Didn't fucking expect I was gonna freaking do Penacony's story, but sure. You know, I could have done Amphorius like that. I could have literally done the whole of Amphorius in what, 30 minutes? Laofu tomorrow. Fuck off. No. But yeah, so tomorrow the stream will be at the normal time, right? So we'll probably start around 6:30ish or something. And we'll watch the Wuwa, then ZZZ live streams, and then we'll do 3.6. Yeah, that's like the plan for tomorrow's chats. We need to rewind now. No. But yeah, so yeah, that'll be it for today, chat. So hopefully you enjoyed yourselves. Hopefully you guys have a good rest of your day. And that's just you.